Announcements.
Yes, Honourable Prime Minister. Yes, obituaries.
Yes, Madam Speaker. It is with deep sadness that we have learnt of the demise of Mr. Saryamuti Sanasi, also known as Muti Sanasi, former Member of Parliament who passed away on the 22nd of January 2026 at the age of 81. Mr. Sanasi was born in 1944 in Portree. He was the son of Mr. Kisnasamy Sanasi, a loyal member of the Labour Party and a close ally of Sir Sivsara Ramgoolam, and he played a key role in the independence movement, and he was also a member of the National Assembly. Mr. Muti Sanasi completed his secondary education at St. Andrews School. He pursued his tertiary studies at Lancaster University in the United Kingdom, where he earned a master's degree in international marketing. He had a distinguished professional career as Trade Secretary at the Ministry of Commerce, making significant contributions to Mauritius international marketing and trade policy. He played a crucial role in the development of the export processing zone and in the negotiation of key textile agreements under the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade and the Lomé Convention with the European Union. Mr. Muti Sanasi was a firm believer in regional integration and supported Mauritius' engagement with the Organization of African Unity, now the African Union. He stood as a candidate at the 1991 election for the Legislative Assembly under the banner of the Alliance Parti Travailliste PMSD for the constituency number 8, but he was not elected. He contested the 1995 National Assembly elections under the banner of the Alliance Parti Travailliste MMM for constituency number 13 and was returned as the second member. In January 1996, Mr. Muti Sanasi was appointed Deputy Chairman of Committees, a position he held until July 1997, when he was appointed Minister of Industry and Commerce. In September 1999, he was appointed Minister of Housing and Lands, a portfolio he held until August 2000. In 2007, he was elevated to the rank of Grand Officer of the Order of the Star and Key of the Indian Ocean, in recognition of his distinguished services to the trade sector. Madam Speaker, Mr. Muti Sanasi belonged to a generation that bridged Mauritius' entrepreneurial community and its political institutions in the decades following independence. He leaves behind a legacy of service both to the economic and public life in Mauritius. With these words, Madam Speaker, may I request you to kindly direct the clerk to convey the profound condolences of the Assembly to the bereaved family, particularly to his children. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Leader of the Opposition, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Opposition, I fully associate myself to the tribute paid by Dr. the Honourable Prime Minister to late Mr. Satyamurti Sanasi. Madam Speaker, may I kindly request you to direct the Clerk of the National Assembly to convey our deep condolences to the bereaved family. Madam
Thank you.
Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, I associate myself with a tribute paid to the memory of the late Mr. Sanasi Satyamurti, former Member of Parliament, by Dr. the Honourable Prime Minister, by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, and I direct the Clerk to convey the deep condolences of the Assembly to the bereaved family. Yes, Prime Minister?
Speaker, it is with deep sadness that we have learnt of the demise of Mr. Takodat Padarat, former Member of Parliament, who passed away on the 24th of February of this year at the age of 81. Mr. Padarat was born on the 3rd of July 1949 in Montagne Ori. He had his primary schooling at the Edis Cavell Government School and his secondary education at the Port Louis High School. He then pursued his tertiary studies at Punjab University in Chandigarh, where he earned a bachelor's degree in English language, economics, and political science. Mr. Padarat had a distinguished professional career, both in the public and private sector, holding numerous positions. He first stood as a candidate in the 1982 general elections for the Legislative Assembly under the banner of the MMM-PSM for constituency number 2 and was returned as second member. In June 82, he was appointed member of the Public Accounts Committee. He contested the 1983 general election under the banner of the MSM Parti Travailliste PMSD for constituency number 2, but he was not returned. Mr. Padarat had a very active and rich social life, assisting in the organization of socio-religious activities. With these words, Madam Speaker, may I request you to kindly direct the Clerk to convey to the profound condolences of the Assembly to the bereaved family, particularly his wife and children. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Leader of the Opposition, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Opposition, I once again associate myself to the tribute paid by Dr. the Honourable Prime Minister to late Mr. Takodat Padarat. Madam Speaker, may I kindly request you to direct the Clerk of the National Assembly to convey our deep condolences to the bereaved family. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Leader of the Opposition, honourable members, once again, I associate myself with the tribute paid to the memory of late Mr. Padarat Takodat, former Member of Parliament, by the Honourable Prime Minister and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, and I direct the Clerk to convey the deep condolences of the Assembly to the bereaved family. Please, thank you.
Papers have been laid. Questions?
Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've given notice of the following private notice question, which is addressed to Dr. the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Defence, Home Affairs and External Communications, Minister of Finance, Minister for Rodrigues and Outer Islands. Whether in regard to the Middle East conflict, he will state whether government has made any assessment of the impact thereof on the Mauritian economy, including on energy, food security and social stability, indicating if a committee has been set up at the level of his office to monitor the evolving situation, coordinate interministerial responses, and trigger contingency measures, and if so, indicate the composition thereof. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker, in view of the importance of this subject, I seek the indulgence, your indulgence, Madam Speaker, and that of the House, for what would necessarily be a lengthy reply.
Please.
Madam Speaker, the recent escalation of tensions and hostilities in the Middle East has raised serious concerns regarding the regional peace and stability. These developments have resulted in the tragic loss of lives, damage to infrastructure, and disruptions to civil aviation air traffic in the region, affecting travelers and residents, including Mauritian nationals. Madam Speaker, let me state that as soon as the war broke out in the Middle East, I have been personally monitoring the situation very closely. As I've just stated, it was obvious right from day one that this war would create a global turmoil that would have devastating economic repercussions, particularly for highly vulnerable countries like Mauritius. I have been in constant contact not only with the ministers concerned in Mauritius, but also with important foreign dignitaries to try to see ways and means to mitigate the economic and social impact of this war on our country. All the ministries concerned have put in place urgent contingency plans to address immediate concerns. Furthermore, they have prepared a medium and long-term strategy to enable the country to cope with further repercussions. Our immediate concern was the security and safety of our citizens stranded in the war zone. We needed to act promptly, and we did. I have personally contacted Sheikh Majid Al Mulna, responsible for Emirates Airlines, requesting him if it was possible to put flights for the repatriation of our citizens. He indicated to me that it was going to be difficult because they had stopped all the flights, but because of my request and my personal friendship with him, he agreed that he will try his best, and he did put airlines at our disposal. I've also requested Air Mauritius to facilitate the repatriation of our fellow citizens stranded in different countries in the region. Once the war has started, it has caused major traffic disruptions with more than 20,000 flights which were cancelled just from Dubai. In this context, government has been closely monitoring the situation and has taken the necessary diplomatic and consular measures to ensure the security of Mauritian citizens, while also reiterating our support for dialogue, de-escalation, and a peaceful resolution to the conflict. Madam Speaker, since the outbreak of nationwide protest in December 2025 in the Islamic Republic of Iran, our ambassador in Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Riyad Halimat, has been very proactive to ensure the safe repatriation of our citizens. As I said, I personally spoke to the person responsible for Emirates Airline for the flights that he could put for the repatriation of our citizens. And on 19th of January 2026, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued a communique establishing a hotline for Mauritian nationals in distress and reaffirming government's commitment to assist those affected. Mauritian nationals were also strongly advised to avoid all non-essential travel to Iran. Following the escalation of hostilities across the broader Middle East, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately established contact with Mauritius citizens across the Gulf region through the coordination of our diplomatic missions in Riyadh and Islamabad, as well as the Mauritius Consulate in Dubai. On the 28th of February 2026, an alert notice was issued providing the emergency contact details of these missions and the crisis cell set up at the level of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The notice also advised Mauritian nationals to defer any travel to Iran and to countries in the region. On the 9th of March 2026, a further alert notice was issued in view of the prevailing security situation in the Middle East, again advising Mauritian nationals to avoid traveling to the countries of the region. The alert notice further advised Mauritian nationals that should they find themselves in distress, they may contact our embassy in Riyadh or our consulate in Dubai for assistance, and the personal contact numbers of our diplomatic staff, including that of the ambassador in Riyadh and the consulate in Dubai, were shared for this purpose. A total of 228 Mauritian nationals contacted the Ministry of Foreign Affairs via the hotline that was established to provide assistance to all those stranded in the Middle East region. Madam Speaker, with regard to the repatriation of Mauritian nationals, around 121 Mauritians who were in Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia established contact with our mission in Riyadh with a view to returning to Mauritius. According to the mission, most of them have been departing via commercial flights. Through consultations and cooperation with Emirates and Saudi Airlines, rapid arrangements were made to facilitate the travel. As the airspace of Saudi Arabia remained open, 20 Mauritian nationals, mainly pilgrims, departed Jeddah from Mauritius on the 2nd of March of this year. In addition, 39 Mauritian nationals returned safely to Mauritius on the 3rd of March 2026 via Nairobi. Upon my request, Emirates scheduled 3 flights on the Dubai-Mauritius route between the 5th and the 7th of March 2026. Of the 72 Mauritian nationals registered in Dubai, approximately 80% departed on these flights by the 7th of March 2026. Arrangements were further made for one Mauritian national who was in Iran to travel to Mauritius via Turkey. The assistance of the Indian authorities was also obtained to evacuate one Mauritian who was in Israel via Jordan. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is fully engaged in monitoring the situation and continues to utilize all diplomatic and logistical channels to facilitate the safe return of any remaining Mauritian citizen. Madam Speaker, reaffirming its diplomatic stance, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued a press statement on the 3rd of March 2026 calling for an immediate cessation of hostilities and for the resumption of dialogue among the parties concerned. The press statement also took note of the concerns expressed by the United Nations, the African Union, the Arab League, and the Gulf Cooperation Council, which have similarly called for an immediate cessation of hostilities and the resumption of dialogue in order to restore peace and stability in the region. As a small, open, and net energy and food importing economy, Mauritius is exposed to the negative impact of the conflict, primarily through one, an increase in our fuel and food import bill, which would increase the cost of imports and place upward pressure on inflation and the cost of living. Second, higher freight and insurance costs on our imports, increasing the cost of goods and adding further to domestic price pressures. And third, possible effects on foreign direct investment and the tourism sector, particularly if global uncertainty weighs on investor sentiment and international travel demand. Madam Speaker, the Macroeconomic Coordination Committee, which comprises representatives of the Prime Minister's Office, the Ministry of Finance, the Bank of Mauritius, Statistics Mauritius, and the Economic Development Board, has worked out different scenarios of the impact of the conflict on the economy. Prior to the outbreak of the conflict, it was estimated that the GDP growth for 2026 would be around 3.4%. It is now expected that if the conflict is resolved within a short period, the GDP growth rate could be lower at around 3.2%. However, under the scenario of a prolonged conflict, the GDP growth rate could be further reduced to below 3%. One of the main sectors that will be directly affected by this conflict is the tourism sector. The number of tourist arrivals, which was projected to be around 1,450,000 in 2026, will in all likelihood be lower and will depend on the severity and the duration of the conflict. The transport, logistics, and other trade-related activities are also expected to be affected by the conflict. Another important economic parameter that is expected to be affected is the inflation rate. Prices were initially expected to increase by around 4% on average in 2026. It is now estimated that the inflation rate could go up to 6%, depending on the trend in global prices of oil and other commodities. As regards the impact on the balance of payments, it is estimated that the current account deficit as a ratio of GDP could increase from the baseline scenario of 4.8% to around 6% in 2026, again, depending on the evolution of oil prices and the impact on the tourism sector. Concerning public finances, it is expected that government revenues would be lower in view of the expected subdued growth in consumption expenditure and lower tourist arrivals. On top of that, we will have to take into account the expected shortfall in revenue of 10 billion rupees due to the delay in the ratification of the Chagos Treaty. Overall, it is expected that the budget deficit would be higher by up to 2% of GDP. Against this backdrop, and in order to ensure a coordinated and proactive response, the Ministry of Finance has intensified its engagement with the private sector. A high-level committee, chaired by the Financial Secretary and bringing together Business Mauritius and key public bodies, has been set up to take stock of the latest developments, assess the likely implications of the conflict on our economy, and come up with appropriate policy measures. Working sessions are being held on a regular basis between the Ministry of Finance, Business Mauritius, and the Economic Development Board, particularly on programs to support SMEs and the most vulnerable, on improving energy and supply chain resilience, on food security, on the tourism sector, as well as on how to optimize on the economic opportunities that the conflict may offer. Madam Speaker, the high-level committee is considering short-term actions, medium-term measures, and the longer-term strategies. It will focus not only on immediate responses, but also on measures designed to enhance the resilience of our economy and society in the face of external shocks. We are taking some measures to mitigate the impact of the conflict on our economy. Already we have taken some measures. For example, Air Mauritius will now operate one supplementary non-stop flight to Paris in March of this year, and 3 more in April 2026. These supplementary services will increase capacity by more than 2,300 seats. Furthermore, the Bank of Mauritius is intervening on the local forex market in order to ease the pressure on the Mauritian rupee. The high-level committee will also be having another meeting today itself to take stock of the developments and reconsider remedial measures. As part of our strategy to mitigate the impact of the conflict and prevent major disruptions in the economy, we're ensuring that we have adequate supply of petroleum products as well as essential food commodities at affordable prices. Since the outbreak of hostilities, Brent crude oil prices have risen, as we all know, markedly, climbing from a low of around $60 per barrel at the start of this year to around $100 per barrel currently. It went even up to $115 at one point. Despite the upward pressure on the international petroleum prices, government has been able to maintain stable retail prices locally. Madam Speaker, I wish to reassure the House and the population at large that we are taking every step to ensure adequate supply of petroleum products. In this regard, I'm informed by the State Trading Corporation that as of the 16th of March 2026, the stock position in the country was broadly as follows. For Mogas, that is l'essence, stocks amount of approximately 8,503 metric tons, representing 13 days of sales approximately, with stocks expected to last until around 25th of March 2026, based on the new trend of sales registered lately. For gas oil, diesel, stocks amount to approximately 12,327 metric tons, representing approximately 23 days of supply, with stocks expected to last around the 2nd of April of this year. For Jet A1, stocks approximately of 16,062 metric tons, which represents approximately 21 days of supply, and it's expected to last until the 4th of April of this year. As for marine gas oil, stocks amount to approximately 6,018 metric tons, representing approximately 17 days supply, and it is expected to last until the 1st of April of this year. I'm further informed, Madam Speaker, by the STC that the next consignment of petroleum products is expected to arrive in Port Louis around the 18th of March 2026, carrying 11,300 metric tons of Mogas, 13,690 metric tons of gas oil, 11,010 metric tons of jet AI, and 3,000 metric tons of marine gas oil. A subsequent consignment is planned between the 2nd and the 4th of April of 2026, comprising approximately 13,000 metric tons of Mogas, 12,200 tons of gas oil, 12,700 metric tons of Jet A1, and 2,000 metric tons of marine gas oil. Madam Speaker, with regard to the liquefied petroleum products, that is cooking gas, the country currently holds approximately 6,772 metric tons, representing around 23 days of supply based on an average daily consumption of around 280 metric tons. According to the STC, a vessel is expected to arrive around, in fact, the 17th of March, to discharge approximately, that is today, to discharge approximately 7,000 metric tons of LPG mix. Another vessel is expected to arrive around the 30th of March with approximately 3,000 metric tons. A further shipment of around 9,000 metric tons is scheduled for mid-April 2026, followed by another shipment planned for late May 2026. Madam Speaker, the STC has also carried out an assessment of the potential supply disruptions that could arise from the geopolitical situation in the Middle East or from disruption to shipping routes. In this regard, the current supplier, OQ Trading Limited, which operates a refinery at Sohar in Oman, has confirmed to the STC that deliveries to Mauritius remain on a priority and that the product supply levels will remain stable. With regard to LPG, the supplier Geogas Trading SA sources LPG predominantly from the United States, with additional supply coming from Argentina, Chile, Australia, the Caribbean, West Africa, the Mediterranean, and Europe, thereby limiting its exposure to the Middle East. The supplier has also indicated that it has dedicated its fleet of around 75 vessels to serve its long-term customers in order to ensure reliability of supply. Among the long-term customers includes Mauritius. Madam Speaker, the STC continues to monitor the national stock position of petroleum products on a daily basis and makes optimal use of available storage facilities, including the strategic reserves for mogas and gas oil. In addition, contingency measures have been put in place. The STC has contacted a number of alternative suppliers operating outside the Gulf region in order to secure possible spot cargoes should disruptions occur. Furthermore, the STC had the option to extend the present contract with OQ Trading Limited by a further 2 months. Madam Speaker, with the objective of securitization of supply chains for energy, even before the war broke out, I had personally discussed with the Indian Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, during my state visit in September 2025, to assist us in the procurement of petroleum products under a government-to-government arrangement between, that is, the Government of India and the Government of Mauritius. I reiterated my demand on my recent visit in India last February, and let me once again thank the Indian government for responding positively to our request at this critical juncture. The Government of India is making arrangements for us to procure our petroleum products directly through Indian Oil Corporation Limited. This will eliminate additional costs due to unnecessary intermediaries and middlemen, as had been done in the past in the procurement of our petroleum products, unlike what I said, these dubious and corrupt practices of the previous government. It should be noted, Madam Speaker, that Mangalore Refinery and Petroleums Limited, Chemical Limited, with which we had this arrangement at the before 2006, I think, they were contacted. They declined to supply petroleum products to Mauritius because they said they have been burnt in view of the unilateral and irresponsible action of the previous government in 2014. You realize, Madam Speaker, if that contract had not been disrupted, yes, if that contract had not been completely
Take time.
crazy,
Yeah.
if we had the
I'll give you
tanker
time.
that we had at the time, we would not be in that situation today. As an additional contingency measure for LPG supply, the Strait Trading Corporation is also exploring the possibility of procuring spot cargoes, as I said, from other suppliers, which operate storage facilities in South Africa. With regard to fuel oil, which is mainly used for electricity generation by the CEB, as well as certain local industries, The STC has extended its current contract for the supply of fuel oil up to 31st of May of this year in order to ensure continuity of supply. As at 13th of March, the stock position was as follows. About 17,119 metric tons of fuel oil used by the CB, representing approximately 26 days of supply that is expected to last until around the 8th of April of this year. Around 17,190 metric tons of another type of fuel oil used by the CB, representing approximately 37 days of supply and expected to last around 19th of April 2026. About 2,260 metric tons of fuel oil used for inland trade, industry, and industrial purposes, representing 22 days of supply and expected to last until the 4th of April of this year. The next fuel oil consignment was scheduled for loading at Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates. However, due to temporary suspensions of operations at that port, there have been delays in the loading program. I'm informed, Madam Speaker, that the STC has made necessary arrangements for a new tanker from its current supplier to load a shipment from Singapore. The said tanker is expected to reach Mauritius by early April 2026. As for food security, Madam Speaker, the government is equally conscious that global tensions affect not only petroleum products, but also the prices of food commodities and other essential goods. Since the start of the conflict, international prices of commodities have increased by approximately from 1% to 3%. On top of that, major currencies such as the US dollars and the euro have been appreciating, thereby increasing the import costs for Mauritius. In order to protect consumers from excessive price increases, government maintains a comprehensive price control framework. At present, 30 commodities are regulated under the maximum markup regime, including products such as milk powder, breakfast cereals, infant foods, edible oil, basmati rice, frozen vegetables, and margarine. In addition, 13 essential commodities, including scheduled bread, LPG, mogas, gas oil, and flour, are regulated under the maximum fixed price regime. Retail prices of medicines are also controlled under a regressive maximum markup system, whereby medicine with higher import costs are subject to lower margins. The Ministry of Health has taken several measures to ensure that there is no disruption in medical supplies. The Ministry currently has a buffer stock of medicine for at least 6 months. A committee of needs has been set up at the level of the Ministry to assess island-wide stock situation, including that of Rodrigues and other Acta islands. Government has also reinforced consumer protection measures through the Price Stabilization Fund of 10 billion rupees, which provides targeted subsidies on essential commodities such as milk powder, edible oil, infant milk powder, baby diapers, processed cheese, adult diapers, canned fish, and other certain essential medicines. Madam Speaker, in the light of the ongoing tensions in the Middle East, government remains fully committed to safeguard the resilience of the Mauritian economy and protect the welfare of our population. It is clear, Madam Speaker, if the current situation continues, it will impact on our budgetary estimates and outlook, thus further reducing our room for maneuver. Close monitoring of global developments is being undertaken, particularly with regard to energy prices, supply chains, and the potential impact on inflation and economic activity. Government will maintain prudent fiscal policies and ensure that targeted measures are available to support vulnerable households and key economic sectors where necessary. Through coordinated action, government stands ready to respond swiftly and adjust its policy stance so as to preserve macroeconomic stability, sustain growth, and protect the purchasing power of all Mauritians. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Your first supplementary question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I hope you'll give me enough time to put
Yes,
all my
of course.
supplementary questions, because this is a very important subject. I'll refer to what the Honourable Prime Minister just said when he ended his reply. He said that if war continues, and it will continue, it will impact on our economy. Can I ask him whether he shares the views of the Deputy Prime Minister that the country needs a full-time Minister of Finance to tackle this situation?
I think what the country needs at the moment is it wants somebody with a firm hand who is not going to shy away from taking tough decisions. That is what the country needs.
You've had your reply. Next question.
Yes, the Honourable Prime Minister made reference to a high-level committee. Can I ask the Honourable Prime Minister who is chairing that committee and the frequency that committee is meeting, please?
The committee is being chaired by the Financial Secretary, and he calls in additional persons if he needs to, but he's chairing it. As to the frequency, depending on how things are moving. I think I explained, they met a few times, and they're meeting even today.
Okay. Free.
That the Honourable Prime Minister thinks that for such, let's say, war happening there in the Middle East and affecting us here, that committee should have been chaired by the Prime Minister himself or a high-ranking minister in government, Madam Speaker. Now, can
Was that a question?
No,
Do you want
to
to reply? Give him time to give a reply. Do you think that?
What is important is that committee is being chaired, and we're getting all the information that we need.
Yes, all right. It's not his. He doesn't agree with you.
Can I, because he talked about repatriation of Mauritian nationals working in those Gulf countries. Can we have an indication how many Mauritian nationals were working the Gulf countries before the start of the war? And do we have additional requests for repatriation? And if this is the case, what measures have and will be taken for the safe repatriation of those Mauritian nationals?
Okay, two questions in one.
I think I had answered
New
the question.
requests and
Yes.
what's going to be done.
Yeah, with regard, there are about 121 Mauritians in the countries of Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia. Also, we have some of them were returned earlier through the action of our ambassador in Saudi Arabia. Others have come later on. First batch came on the 3rd of March by Nairobi. There were 39 Mauritian nationals. Now, if you want the total number, I think I mentioned it somewhere. It was around, I can't remember the exact number, but it was around 200 something.
I'm sorry, we're talking of those who were settled there.
No, my
Working.
question is those working in those Gulf
Working,
countries.
working. Was that the answer? I'm sorry, Prime Minister? You were talking of those who were working there, not...
Yes, I was mentioning about people who are working.
That's
Settled,
it.
we have no,
Just to
we
make
don't-
sure.
Yeah.
Just to make sure. Okay, next question.
My second question was whether there has been additional requests for repatriation for those working in those Gulf countries.
We had set up, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had set up a hotline, as I explained. Mauritians have been contacting them. 228 Mauritian nationals have contacted the Ministry of Foreign Affairs through this hotline, and we have given them assistance for them to return back.
Okay. Now, that's clear.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether government has looked into the impact of this conflict on the Chagos deal and the role of Diego Garcia in this war, as the issue of Chagos has been put aside by the UK government? Has government looked into that?
The Diego Garcia base does not come into play here at all. As far as I know, the British government has not allowed the use of Diego Garcia up to now. Maybe they will change their mind.
May I just remind everyone that supplementary questions must relate to the original question. That will apply to everybody.
In his
Yes.
reply, the Honourable Prime Minister
He mentioned,
indicated to the House that there is possibility, if the war goes on, that inflation rate might reach around 6%. If this is the case, can will government consider reintroducing the CSG allowances in full to those families who are benefiting with a view to alleviate the rise in cost of living?
This would be a step backwards, Madam Speaker. You explained during the
I can't hear the Prime
debates-
Minister. Yes,
You
Prime Minister.
explained during the debates why this was a catastrophe. We're not going to go back to that.
Okay, next question.
If this is the case,
Because
may
I'm
I
giving you-
ask the
I'm
Honourable
giving
Prime
you
Minister?
additional time, okay?
Yeah, may I?
Yes,
Please
please.
interrupt me, Madam Speaker. I'm putting my question. Can I?
Please. I did not mean to stop you. I was
Can
just...
I ask the Honourable Prime Minister, the reply is given, whether government then can consider introducing a temporary inflation top-up for workers earning less than 20,000 rupees during the duration of the conflict?
Obviously, don't realize that we are being watched by Moody's, that we have to look very carefully. We have inherited, as you know, a terrible situation as far as the economy was concerned. We are trying to put that country in shape. Some people don't understand, some people understand. We're not going to go back to that. We cannot.
No.
With regard to Mogas and gas oil, I understand from what the Prime Minister stated that we are expecting a shipment on the 18th of March. That's the word he used, expecting. Is it the case? And if this is the case, can we know what contingency plans are in place should shipments of white oil for the STC and black oil for the CB be delayed, Madam Speaker?
As the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, I'm sure knows, we are in a region where there is war. So we cannot predict exactly what will happen. But we're taking contingency plans. I thought I explained. We're looking at all the sources where we can to make sure that we're not short of anything.
From his reply, we understand discussion are ongoing with the Indian authorities for alternative petroleum supply, and we are very grateful to India. Can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House of the volume and duration of supply tentatively secured, Madam Speaker?
No, we haven't concluded the agreement yet. So we're not looking at I cannot tell you how much what's the volume, but what I can say, it will be a guaranteed supply.
Thank you. Yes?
Okay. Can I then ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether the procurement can be settled in Indian rupees to reduce USD exposure? And can the House also be provided, Honourable Prime Minister, with information on the operational timeline for this alternative procurement?
I'm glad the Leader of the Opposition has just reminded me. In fact, we have arranged for the payment to be done in Mauritian rupees, so that we will not be subject to the fluctuation of the dollar on that.
Yeah, thank you. With regard to the price of mogas and gas oil, Madam Speaker, will government consider reviewing the tax mechanism, including excise duties and VAT? And is government willing to consider some form of support to the transport sector, that is taxis and buses, Madam Speaker?
I'll explain, Madam Speaker.
Very tall order.
It's a very tall order. We have inherited of a very difficult situation. Now we have the war, plus the $10 billion rupees that we're not getting from Chagos. This puts additional pressure on us.
So if this is the case, is government then, Madam Speaker, considering an increase in transport fares in case the situation worsen?
Not for the moment. We are monitoring this situation. As I said, we have made provisions that we don't get disruptions. As for the prices, we cannot, because the dollar is going up, inflation rate is going up, the cost of insurance for the ships are going up, the cost of transport are going up, so we'll have to take all this into account. But at the moment, we're not thinking of that.
Okay.
With regard to energy security, Madam Speaker, we know that 80% of our electricity in the country is being generated from imported fossil fuel. Will the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House what measures are being taken if coal or oil shipments from the Middle East or other ports are disrupted by conflict-related routing or shipping delays? Can we have a reply from the Prime Minister?
I did address this. The next fuel oil, talking about fuel oil consignment, is scheduled to be loaded from United Arab Emirates. There has been a temporary suspension of operations at that port, so there are slight delays, but I'm told that the loading program will start soon.
Okay.
And is, in case of energy and electricity, is government also considering an increase in electricity tariff if the situation worsens?
Let's keep fingers crossed.
I have,
my questions, Madam Speaker.
I have,
Of course.
I think I
And
should
I like
add.
listening to you.
I think I should add. I did say it, but I should add again that we're also looking at a shipment for electricity from Singapore. This has already been done by the STC. As for prices, already we're under a lot of pressure from Moody's on different prices. We have to reduce the debt burden of this country. I have some very good news later on. I will make a statement, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I know, Madam Speaker. Let me correct something. I refer to what the Honourable Prime Minister said earlier. The contract between Mangalore Refinery and STC was never cancelled. It expired on the 31st of July 2019.
That is not a question.
Now, with regard to food security,
That was not a question. That was a statement. Please.
does the
Question.
does the Honourable Prime Minister recognize that it would be most appropriate in view of the current rise in commodity prices to provide subsidies, he mentioned that in his reply, to a larger selection of essential products and increase the amount of subsidy altogether?
Madam Speaker, we're not going to do what the previous government did. We're not going to print money. We have to use what we can do. We have difficult situation. We have to cope with the situation.
I'll give you 1 more minute.
2 more minutes. I have more
Allez,
questions.
2 more
Madam
minutes.
Speaker. The Honourable Prime Minister said that for
Honourable members.
fuel we will be paying India in Indian rupees. Can I ask the Honourable Mauritian, can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House whether import of foodstuff at a more affordable price from India, that is in Indian currency, for example, has been considered?
We are looking at all the options, Madam Speaker. This also is an option that we'll have to look at. But we are hoping that we learn from all this and we become self-sufficient ourselves.
Okay, I've got 1 minute. Your friend is asking for a question. You don't want to let him put a question?
Can the Honourable Prime Minister state to the House whether government has any plan to boost up food crop locally in view of the risk to food availability and food security arising from the conflict?
Okay.
Whether we have plans for that?
Because of the conflict, the Honourable Minister for Agro-Industry had mentioned in the past what we're doing to boost ourselves, to try to become self-sufficient. It's not going to happen overnight, but we are taking measures.
Okay, let us stop here for PNQ, please, because in any case, may I? I'm on my feet. In any case, I think, Prime Minister, we can agree that during PMQT, you will be replying to the other questions on the same issue, so I will give you more time to put questions. You can put your questions. No, but I will give you, because it is, I mean, c'est un package, ça, toutes ces questions-là. Ça se ressemble beaucoup, okay? Let me do the, please. I've done my best, Leader of the Opposition. Let us know afterwards. She tried. She tried. Yes, Prime Minister.
So, question B1, B2, and B21, Madam Speaker. Because they relate to the same matter.
Mr. Etoilia, please.
Voilà, je lance, Madame la Présidente, la question B1, s'il vous plaît.
Merci. Yes, Prime Minister?
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I will reply to parliamentary questions B1, B2, and B21 together, as they all relate to the same subject matter.
Okay.
As the House is aware, on the 22nd of May 2025, Mauritius and the United Kingdom signed an agreement concerning the Chagos Archipelago. Under the agreement, the United Kingdom recognizes the sovereignty of Mauritius over the Chagos Archipelago, including Diego Garcia. The agreement also stipulates that the sovereign Mauritian authorities, Mauritius has authorized the United Kingdom to exercise, with respect to Diego Garcia, the rights and authorities of Mauritius which are required for the long-term, secure, and effective operation of the military base on that island. The agreement has to be ratified, and the United Kingdom has, for it to enter into force. The United Kingdom has not yet ratified. As you know, there have been some difficulties. Since the bill entitled Diego Garcia Military Base and British Indian Ocean Territory Bill has not yet been adopted by the UK Parliament, the agreement is therefore not yet ratified in full. On the assumption that the Chagos Treaty would be ratified, an amount of 10 billion rupees was included in the revenue of the 2025-2026 budget. However, due to the delay in the ratification of the Chagos Treaty, there will, of course, be a shortfall in revenue of 10 billion rupees in this fiscal year. Other things being equal, the budget deficit will increase by the same amount, that is 1.3% of GDP. This will in turn lead to an increase in public sector debt by the same percentage. Similarly, the delay in the ratification of the treaty will result in the lower balance of payment inflows of a corresponding amount, putting additional pressure on the foreign exchange market. Madam Speaker, in order to mitigate the impact of this shortfall, the Ministry of Finance is already taking a number of actions, namely, 1, enforcing stricter control over recurrent expenditure and reducing wastage, B, reprioritizing capital projects by implementing high-impact, growth-enhancing projects and deferring lower priority ones. Thirdly, exercising tighter financial control over public bodies to improve efficiency and contain budgetary transfers to them. And fourth, optimizing the existing cash balances across the public sector so as to limit new borrowings. It is our hope, Madam Speaker, that the Chagos Treaty will be ratified at the earliest possible opportunity so that the agreement can enter in force and the provisions can be fully implemented.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Edouard.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister. I would like to know whether the government is talking about all these probable problems to the international organizations like the IMF, World Bank, or the outcomes of these difficulties.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last bit. Are we
Talking
talking to
about these problems to the international organizations like the IMF and also to Moody's?
Yes, they're well aware of it. We are constantly in touch with them. I can tell you both the FS and the economic advisor from the PMO are talking to them.
Mr. Seaburn wants a question. Your question was replied.
Yes.
Yes.
Madam, this has been replied.
Did you want a supplementary? You're all right. Okay, Ms. Dawiao? No, very good. Leader? Yes?
Thank you,
I'm
Madam
coming.
Speaker. Will now the Honourable Prime Minister agree that including that 10 billion rupees compensation for the Chagos deal in our national budget was presumptuous, first of all, and badly advised?
No, I don't agree. It was already agreed. We have signed a treaty. It was only going through the ratification process when President Trump didn't agree with certain things. We have been talking to them. We have agreed, for example, that they wanted to have an additional member on the commission. We have agreed. Then they wanted 2 members. We have agreed. Then they wanted to be able to vote on that commission. That also we agreed. We're trying to make sure that the protocol, that the treaty is actually ratified.
Yes. On that issue? All right, Mr. Tiwari?
May I answer, Prime Minister? Thank you, Madam Speaker. There has been talks of possibility of going to lodge a case by Mauritius should the United States veto, continue to veto, well, to block the signature. Can the Prime Minister confirm whether this has been discussed at the level of the Mauritian government, and what would be the implications?
Once I was, while I was speaking to the press, I think somebody from the press asked me that question, and I did say we are looking at all the options, and don't think that we don't have options. What we have done, apart from our lawyers at the State Law Office, the Attorney General, we also have a team of international team of lawyers who are actually looking at all the aspects, all the options, and from then on, we will do what has to be done. But what there was, I think it was in the press in England, that we're going to sue, that is not true.
Yes, all right. Honourable fourth member for Port Louis North, yes?
Yes.
Your time now.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's B3.
Madam Speaker, I wish to refer the honourable member to my reply to Parliamentary Question B1127 at the sitting of the 2nd of December 2025, wherein I had indicated that a technical committee had been set up by the Commissioner of Police to work on the modalities for the implementation of both tasers and body-worn cameras. In regard to part A of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that the technical committee has recommended the introduction of tasers for use by frontline police officers as the less lethal alternative to firearms, and is now working on operational guidelines and legal framework. As regards body-worn cameras, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that the police will use multimedia radios which are equipped with camera features. The technical committee has almost completed the drafting of the standard operating procedures for the use of these cameras. Trial tests have already been conducted successfully, I might add. I'm also informed by the Commissioner of Police that the police multimedia radios are being used as body-worn cameras on a pilot basis under the training of trainers program. A total, I think, of 250 police officers from different units have been trained on the proper use of the radio as body-worn cameras, and they will subsequently be able to train other police officers on the proper use thereof. By the end of this month, the cameras can be used as a protective tool by police officers who are more exposed to risk of aggressions and other incidents which may result in frivolous complaints. With regard to part B of the question, I'm further informed by the Commissioner of Police that the radio communication system on board police vehicles will be upgraded and will include cameras having video recording capabilities, and the project is being finalized.
Yes?
Yes, Madam Speaker. In fact, I was aware, in fact, that the police is using this radio, which we see on the belt of police officers around Port Louis. The issue is, Madam Speaker, it was not meant to be a body-worn camera. It's a very different, it has a very different usage than a body-worn camera. The first issue is that it is strangled around,
Question?
Is the Prime Minister aware that it is tied around their neck and therefore does not have a clear image compared to body cameras which are securely fastened on the body vest of police officers? Secondly, is the Prime Minister able to say what is the recording capacity of footage of these multi-radio camera equipment, and whether it does record sound adequately so that tomorrow it may be used as evidence?
Yes, Prime Minister.
I've been told by the Commissioner of Police that there have been trial tests and that they were successful. So I will have to further investigate whether you think, from what I understand, that these multi-radio cameras are not adequate. But
Yes.
from what I understand, the fact that they will be able to actually film whatever is happening should suit its purpose, but maybe we'll have to look into it
Can
further.
be improved, I'm sure. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it's in fact the point, because police officers around the world,
It's a
it's a question, is the Prime Minister aware that police officers around the world in modern countries have dedicated body-worn cameras which are sold and used for that purpose. Therefore, it would be a missed opportunity to recycle these body-worn these radios when we are trying, in fact, to render the system much more efficient and to protect citizens and police officers alike, especially with the degrading
social
yes,
unrest,
security,
whatever. Yeah.
in fact.
Okay, I'm sure Prime Minister will do that. You look into it.
I understand the point that the Honourable Member is making, because if it's there on the site, well, they will actually be able to film it properly. I will look into the matter.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Now we have Dr. Omi, a third member for office.
Before, please.
Madam Speaker, with regards to Part A and A1 of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that from the 1st of September 2024 to the 12th of March 2026, 822 synthetic drug consumers have been arrested, most of whom were from the regions of Upper Plain Williams, Grand Port, and Port North. In regard to Part A2 of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that the quantity and street value of dangerous drugs secured are taken into consideration to determine whether an accused is a dealer or whether he is a trafficker. If a large quantity of drugs is secured and the street value is less than 1 million rupees, the suspect is treated as a dealer. If the street value exceeds 1 million rupees, the suspect is considered to be a trafficker. During the same period, 879 dealers and 31 traffickers were arrested for dealing and trafficking in synthetic drugs. With regard to Part B of the question, I'm informed that the police have raided several premises where utensils used for the mixture of derivatives to make synthetic drugs and the consumption thereof were secured.
Thank you. Yes, Doctor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister, in regards to the solvents that are being used in the manufacturing and production of synthetic drugs, as has been found by the forensic lab, will the government consider having strict regulation to its sale at retail level, or even consider a ban so that we will see a decrease in the number of drug addicts on the street? Thank you.
I should add that there's going to be a new forensic lab, as you probably know, it's nearly ready. But also, since February of this year, we have a new director, Dr. Sitowal, who has assumed leadership of that lab. He is a distinguished toxicologist with over 20 years of experience in the UK, and he has agreed. He's left. He's another diaspora who's left the UK, come to Mauritius to look at the lab. We have lots and lots of shortcomings. He's already seen them. Lots of shortcomings in the lab. He's trying to correct this.
Are you happy? Yes? One. Last one.
Thank you. It's a very short question. Will the Honourable Prime Minister see with the Commissioner of Police whether the tracking of zombies who line up the streets of many other regions in Mauritius can be tracked down to the dealers or traffickers and arrest them on spot? Whether the law should be amended also, but I think that will help to bring down the number of synthetic users on our roads.
I will certainly pass that information to the Commissioner of Police. I should add that there is a new person at the head of ATSU at the moment who is very effective. He's already given lots of results. His name is, he's an ASP, Sibalak.
Okay, thank you. So next question will be for Mr. Edouard from Rodrigues.
Madam Speaker, B5.
Yes?
Madam Speaker, government remains firmly committed to ensuring inclusive and balanced development across the Republic of Mauritius, including Rodrigues. As stated in paragraph 64 of the government program of 2025-2029, we are giving special attention to the water situation in Rodrigues. Accordingly, financial resources are being directed towards key projects in Rodrigues, namely the installation of new desalination plants, the construction of new reservoirs, and the improvement of the distribution network, and also the expansion of the storage capacity in the island. Madam Speaker, the Mauritius Investment Corporation Limited has agreed, that was with the previous government, had agreed to allocate an amount of 1 billion rupees to develop the water sector in Rodrigues. Although this, I must say, was not in its core mandate, but its core mandate was to generate return on investment in strategic enterprises. But the previous government decided to allocate from that, they will move away from the core mandate and allocate 1 billion rupees for the water sector. Since the agreement was signed in 2021 between the Mauritius Investment Corporation Limited and the Rodrigues Public Utilities Corporation, which is a company set up by the Rodrigues Regional Assembly, government has continued the implementation of the water projects in Rodrigues, and an amount of 540 million rupees was earmarked for the first phase of the project. I'm informed that as today, the Mauritius Investment Corporation Limited has disbursed 310 million rupees to the Rodrigues Public Utilities Corporation, and that the remaining 230 million rupees will be disbursed by the end of this financial year. I'm further informed that with a view to speeding up the disbursement of funds, the Rodrigues Public Utilities Corporation Limited has been requested to submit all the necessary documents required by the MIC for the processing of claims in a timely manner. In the second phase, the remaining amount, that is 460 million rupees, would be considered for land-based water projects on the island. The projects to be financed in the second stage have been worked out by the Rodrigues Public Utilities Corporation Limited, and a fresh agreement will have to be signed for the disbursement of these funds. These investments will significantly enhance water production, water storage, and distribution capacity in Rodrigues and contribute to improving water security on the island.
Yes, Mr. Edouard? Okay, one moment. One question.
I thank the Honourable Prime Minister for his reply. Will the Honourable Prime Minister address the problem of delays in the release of monies which impact on project completion and also has a great incidence on the spending capacity of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly? Thank you.
Certainly, Madam Speaker. This is why they have been informed that to speed up the disbursement of funds, the Rodrigues Public Utilities Corporation Limited has been requested. They hadn't submitted all the necessary documents. They will need to give all the necessary documents which is required by the MIC for the processing of the claims.
Thank you. Before Mr. Jaman puts his question, I have to advise the House that, and Prime Minister knows, that Prime Minister was to reply to PQB 26, 29, 34, 43, 44, 47, 51, and 61 on the issue that he just replied to at PNQ time. So what I will do is, after Mr. Jaman has put his question, or supplementary, whichever, I will allow all these members to put their supplementary, but try and watch the time nonetheless. Okay, Mr. Jaman.
Thank you, Madam. I think the Honourable Prime Minister already answered to that question.
Okay.
But I want to put my supplement.
Okay.
May I?
Yeah, but related.
B6. Okay. So, in order to ensure a better supply of oil.
No, he has. Let me. May I? I'm the one who's going to decide. He just. We're wasting time. B6, and now you put your supplementary because you said he has already replied. He's already replied. So please put your supplementary. And do my job. Shoot.
Okay. So, in order to ensure a better supply of oil and petroleum products, can we envisage to come again with our own tanker, special ships with bearing Mauritian flags, as we had in previous days, like Betamax, which was terminated by the previous government?
Okay.
Very good question. In fact, I am told, again, just like Mangalore, the Betamax company is not interested. They are actually serving Singapore and the Far East, and their tankers are completely booked. This is our loss because of the irresponsible actions they took. There we are.
Okay, Mr. Francois, you don't... Shh. Mr. Francois had a question. He has no supplementary. Mr. Juma? Yes, for B34.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While we fully acknowledge the challenges the Honourable Prime Minister outlined arising from the current situation in the Middle East, would the Honourable Prime Minister also agree that this context presents various opportunities for Mauritius? In that regard, would the government consider setting up of a dedicated strategic committee to assess and come up with recommendations from the opportunities the situation offers?
As Winston Churchill used to say, every crisis is we don't lose the opportunity of a crisis. We are doing this actually at the moment. We're dealing with friendly countries. We're on very good terms with them, but there are people who are now interested in investing in Mauritius.
Okay, you're all right. Mr. Juman. Mr. Seaburn, you don't have a question. You had one question and another one. So maybe one supplementary? You're all right?
Yes.
All right. Miss Antille? Miss Antille, now?
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. J'ai deux questions en passant.
Okay.
J'avais deux questions. Will the Honourable Prime Minister provide the House with some details of the terms of a government-to-government agreement with India on the supply of petroleum products, which was signed in 2006 by the former Labour government and subsequently résilié under the former MSM government? Thank you.
Can you provide?
You're right to point out, I did point out, it was a guaranteed supply. We had cut out the middlemen. You know, Madam Speaker, why do we have middlemen? The middlemen do not work...
We all know.
You all know. They don't work for free. They take commissions. And what do? They share the commission. That is what was happening. That was why the contract was resiliated. And, bribe. And unfortunately, that has happened.
Do you have documents, she was saying?
No, we haven't finalized the agreement yet, but it will be practically on the same terms. I don't know what Indian oil will want additionally, but this is what is being worked out.
Okay, second question.
I thank you very
Parce que
much. The
Parce
last
que
one.
c'est vous.
Thank you. Will the Prime Minister confirm that Mauritius was amongst the first few countries to have successfully repatriated our nationals safely back to Mauritius?
Absolutely right. I saw on the news, France, UK, we're having difficulties. We had repatriated our nationals who wanted to be repatriated.
Including our honourable member.
Yeah.
I tell a different story.
Yeah, of course, but we're happy to see him here.
Madam Speaker, I would tell a different story, but today's not the time. Madam Speaker, may I ask the Prime Minister in fact it is on air connectivity, and he partly answered earlier during the PNQ. He has stated that Air Mauritius is to operate one additional flight. He didn't specify the frequency for this month and 3 additional flights for the month after. My question is, given the shortfall of up to 1,500 passengers per day coming through Emirates, mainly from European markets, has the Prime Minister discussed with British Airways, Air France, Air Seychelles to temporarily increase their flight connectivity to Mauritius to cater for that shortfall? Because 18 days since the conflict, it doesn't look like Emirates will be in a position to operate the daily free flights anytime soon. So has the Prime Minister spoken to them? What is the plan on this score?
I know that in Air Mauritius they were looking at all the possible, if they can speak, but they themselves decided they will add additional flights. And also Emirates, as you rightly say, they're not going to add additional flights now, but they did give us the additional flights which we requested. But they were supposed to be, from what I heard, I was told they were speaking to British Airways and to other airlines, but nothing concrete has come out of that.
Quickly. Yes.
The second issue with that is that prices of air tickets, especially for Air Mauritius, has gone through the roof. So allowing others to cater for the shortfall would help, at the end of the day, people who are flying. So has the Prime Minister have any plan to control the rising prices of air tickets, which has tremendously increased in the last 3 weeks?
Mr. Bichuk, I have to give, I'm sorry. Let him reply.
We're not in a position to control these prices because fuel prices are going up and the appreciation of the dollar and the euro, both of them are going up. So it's beyond our control to try to control that price.
One moment. Mr. Etuaria, you had question B61. Do you have a supplementary? You're okay. Mr. Bichuk.
Yes, Madam President. In view of the uncertainty related to the duration of the war, will the Honourable Prime Minister consider setting up a high-level committee, a standalone high-level committee to cater for food security in order to reduce the dependency on imports?
This is already being done. It's chaired by the Minister for Agro-Industry.
Awesome. Okay. I got a few minutes left. Let me see. Now we finish with B7 has been withdrawn, okay? B8, Mr. Jaman. Your second question, Mr. Jaman.
B8, please.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I would reply to Parliamentary question B8 and B15 together, as they relate to the same subject matter. With regard to Parliamentary question B8, I'm informed by the Bank of Mauritius that the Mauritius Investment Corporation Limited has not made any direct investment or provided funding to independent power producers. However, it has purchased land from some companies associated with certain IPPs. Moreover, it has also invested in equity and debt instruments of some associated companies. Over the period 2020 to 2024, the MIC has purchased land and invested a total amount of 12.8 billion rupees. As follows: 7.8 billion rupees for the acquisition of land, Omnicane Limited, 4.4 billion, Medin Limited, 3.4 billion rupees. 3.2 billion rupees as bond subscription, Riveo Hospitality Limited, 1.1 billion, Long Beach Resort Limited, and 2 billion, and Kazila Limited. In other words, 140 million. Third, 1.8 billion rupees are the equity investment, East Coast Hotel Investment Limited. I'm also informed, Madam Speaker, that out of the 3.2 billion rupees bond subscription, 1.24 billion have been fully redeemed. As regards Parliamentary question B15, I'm informed by the Bank of Mauritius that the MIC had invested 57.8 billion rupees in various investment instruments. These include 27.7 billion in equity investments, 22 billion in bond subscription, 7.8 billion in the acquisition of land, and 300 million in private equity funds. Following the decision taken by the new management of the Bank of Mauritius to cease new funding commitments and review MIC's strategic orientation, the MIC has initiated a disinvestment strategy. As part of this strategy, the MIC has engaged with bond issuers to explore the possibility of early redemption of outstanding bonds with a view to recouping and safeguarding its investment. The House may also note that a number of companies have voluntarily approached the MIC to proceed with early redemption of their bonds. According to the Bank of Mauritius, at that date, 19 companies have already redeemed their bonds for a total amount of 6.7 billion rupees. There is thus an outstanding balance of 15.2 billion rupees, out of which 135 million will be redeemed by 2 companies this year. I'm further informed that the MIC has already communicated to the companies that no extension will be granted upon maturity and that the bonds will be redeemed as scheduled. I'm tabling a list of the entities that have benefited from the investment from the MIC. Madam Speaker, from the list of companies that still owes the MIC, the total sum owed by BSP, School of Accountancy and Management Limited, Kuros Construction Solutions Limited, Daya Navatram Limited, and Star Knitwear Group Limited amounts to 2.36 billion rupees. We still don't know when these funds will be refunded. Moreover, there's some companies like Star Knitwear and the BSP School of Accountancy and Management have already gone into receiverships. This speaks volumes for the management of public funds by the previous government.
Okay, that's okay. Ms. Daugiaru, do you have a supplementary? No, your answer, Prime Minister's answer was all right. Okay, let me try a last question. Mr. B10, Mr. Bijan.
B10.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that based on intelligence obtained on the 9th of March 2017, a joint operation was carried out at the Mauritius Container Terminal by the Anti-Drug and Smuggling Unit, that is ATSU, and Anti-Narcotics Section of the Mauritius Revenue Authority. Following a search, 118 packets of drugs suspected to be heroin, weighing around 119.6 kilograms, worth approximately 1.8 billion rupees, were found in such 6 sand-blasting metal cylinders. The drug consignment had arrived on board the vessel MSC Ivana from South Africa on the 4th of March 2017. I'm also informed that police had carried out an inquiry and 8 suspects were arrested from March to May 2017. One of them was Mr. NK. They were provisionally charged with the offense of drug dealing with aggravating circumstances to wit, causing heroin to be imported with an abatement of trafficking and money laundering, money laundering. I'm further informed that the investigation into the particular case is complex as it involves international ramifications. Police had sought mutual legal assistance from South Africa and the United Kingdom to obtain documentary evidence. The evidence was obtained from South Africa and the United Kingdom in August of 2021 and February 2022, respectively. I'm also informed that upon completion of the investigation into the case of involving Mr. Nka and 4 other persons, on the 25th of August 2023, the then Commissioner of Police had submitted the case file to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions for advice. On the 11th of April 2024, the case was lodged before the Court of Assizes, and Mr. NK is being prosecuted for the following offences: drug dealing with aggravating circumstances, organizing the importation of dangerous drug, that is heroin, with an abatement of trafficking, and 2, conspiracy to do an act which is unlawful to wit, to procure the importation of heroin. On the 26th of June 2024, the case was called for mention for the first time and was postponed to 24th November 2025. In other words, postponed for more than 1 year. The case has now been fixed for trial, believe it or not, on the 17th of May 2027 before the Court of Assizes. Since 15th of April, Mr. NK is detained in police custody. Now, Madam Speaker, 2 accused, namely Mr. FTR and Mrs. CB, had been prosecuted before the Intermediate Court and had been convicted to 3 years penal servitude for money laundering on the 29th of November 2018 and 17th of January 2020. 1 accused, namely Mr. OR, is being prosecuted for money laundering before the Intermediate Court. As regards the remaining accused persons, I'm informed that advice has been sought from the Office of the DPP on the 25th of August 2023 and the 2nd of December 2025, and the advice has not been tendered yet. I'm also informed that police is still looking for one suspect, Mr. HKR, involved in that case. That person was brought in for inquiry purposes prior to arrest of Mr. NK. However, Mr. HKR was allowed to go back for lack of evidence. He was subsequently reported missing. The case of Mr. NK has been dragging on for far too long, Madam Speaker. Irrespective of the complexity, cases have to be determined in a timely manner. We will be introducing appropriate piece of legislation for trials to be determined within a reasonable time. This has been criticized by Lord Mackay in the past, but still we have the same situation.
Thank you, Mr. Bijan. One question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the Honourable Prime Minister kindly find out with MRA Customs on whether key members of the MRA Narcotics Department who made the seizure of the drug in the gas cylinders were transferred to other units within 1 month of seizure? Thank you.
In fact, I can answer because we were doing press conference and that they were transferred. It was Mr. the famous guy who... No, the guy who brought the packets. Dave Danny. And Mr. Jagai was then transferred immediately. We did a press conference on that.
Okay. Mr. Kira, please. Your question? That's the last question. Yes? Don't bully me.
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Gambling Regulatory Authority that the 2026 International Casino Exhibition, widely known as ICE, was held from the 19th to the 21st of January in Barcelona, Spain. In regards to Part A of the question, I'm informed by the Gambling Regulatory Authority that its board at its 4th meeting held on the 13th of November 2025 approved the participation of a delegation of 4 persons to attend the exhibition. The participants were Mrs. Ringadu, Mrs. Modabakas, Mr. Arjun Nirjanan, and Mrs. Chotia Darshini. The cost of air tickets for Mrs. Darshini amounted to 60,400 rupees, while for the other 3 participants, the cost was 53,800 rupees for each. The per diem of 78,003 rupees and 95 cents was paid to each participant. The total expenditure for the mission, therefore, amounted to 553,916 rupees. Concerning Part B of the question, I'm informed by the Gambling Regulatory Authority that the 2026 has provided a unique opportunity for Mauritius to learn from its peers the best practices pertaining to the following, among others: combating money laundering, illegal betting, fraud and cybersecurity threats, responsible gambling and consumer protection, regulatory technologies, and adoption of artificial intelligence in relation to monitoring of remote sports, betting, and gambling operators. As regards the outcome of the participation, ICE is helping the GRA to review its regulatory and operational framework to align same with international best practices, adopt new regulatory technologies for the regulation of online gambling, and enhance investigative capacities to better detect fraudulent activities and conduct investigations.
Thank you. Yes? All right?
Une question
Okay, one
supplémentaire. Et l'honorable Premier ministre peut-il dire à la Chambre, vu le contexte actuel d'austérité, ne pense-t-il pas que le déplacement d'une telle délégation est totalement injustifié à un moment où nous savons tous les difficultés économiques et financières dont fait face le pays?
This didn't come out of the government fund as such. It was from the fund of the GRA itself. They have provided their own funds.
Okay. Time is up. I'm suspending the sitting for 1.5 hours. On a faim. D'accord. Thank you. Please be seated. Honourable members, the table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn: B18, B23, B12, B17, B19, and B13. I should have said that earlier. I'm sorry. Now we have questions to honourable ministers. Honourable second member for Audric, Mr. France. Fourth member.
Yes.
Oh, that one has already been answered. Yes, all right.
It will be mine, Madam Speaker. B27.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, Mr. J.A. was appointed as part-time chairman of the Tourism Authority Board on the 8th January 2025 under Section 42A of the Tourism Authority Act. Since his appointment, Mr. J.A. has been subject to various complaints, both in writing and verbal, from the staff of the Tourism Authority. These complaints relate essentially to his excessive behavior, use of foul and derogatory language, lack of respect, giving them instruction when he is not authorized to do so as a part-time chairperson, compelling them to do things against their will, shouting at them and persecuting them. It is worth noting, Madam Speaker, that as per Section 14.2 of the Tourism Act, all employees of the authority falls under the administrative control of the director and the part-time chairman. Mr. G.A. therefore had no authority to give employees any directives. The House may also wish to note that Mr. J.A. has been reported by former director of Tourism Authority and even the current one, who has been in office for less than 1 month. Both complied that they were not able to work properly in view of the attitude of the part-time chairperson. In short, Madam Speaker, Mr. J.A. was acting beyond his power of part-time chairperson. He was behaving like a brute, exactly like the Bito, which the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister mentioned in this press conference. And he even abused his position to have access to CCTV cameras and vehicle GPS tracking system on his laptop. Madam Speaker, in November last, J.A. picked a serious fight with the former director, matter which he himself reported to the ministry. The ministry initiated an inquiry thereon. However, when called at the ministry for his version, G.A. refused to come on ground that he was traveling. The inquiry could therefore not be finalized. Following the resignation of the former director in early January this year, Mr. J.A. took total control of the Tourism Authority and has informed that he carried out major reshuffle at the Tourism Authority without consulting the board. On the 12th February 2026, one lady officer of the Tourism Authority reported that the part-time chairperson, in a precautionary measure to the Line Barracks Police Station, OB number 1278/2026. I wish to point out, Madam Speaker, that this is not the only complaint of misbehavior, harassment at the Tourism Authority reported to my ministry and the Labour Office. I wish to mention the case of another lady who reported having verbal abused by the part-time chairperson using unacceptable language, which I don't want to quote. She reported the case to the Labour Office and her union. Mr. J was fully aware of all these complaints, as his explanation has also been sought by the ministry. In addition, Madam Speaker, Mr. J had forced his way to chair the licensing committee, which examined and grants licenses, leisure craft, tourism activity, guest house, restaurant, and hotels. Although this is not in line with the Code of Good Governance, he held that key committee pratiquement en otage. Meetings were being scheduled as per his inconvenience after a long interval despite application accumulating. And many members present here in the House have called my ministry to complain of the excessive delay in determination of application. Since the situation at Tourism Authority was deteriorating, I had no choice than to end the appointment as part-time chairperson of the Tourism Authority, in line with Section 4.3 of the Tourism Authority Act and Section 28(1)(c) of the Interpretation of General Clauses Act. Same was communicated to him by way of a letter on the 27th February 2026. However, I understand that following intense lobbying from his part, instruction was received at my ministry on the Thursday, 5th March 2026, for his letter of termination to be recalled. I wish to point out that I was out of the country at the time. I came back only on Saturday, the 7th of March 2026. Madam Speaker, I later took cognizance of this matter, and was further discussed at the meeting of the Cabinet held on the 6th, 2026, and was decided that Mr. J.A. be suspended with immediate effect and that an inquiry be carried out to look into the various allegations of malpractices made against him. My ministry is in consultation with the Attorney General Office for setting up of an inquiry. The House will agree that it will be more in order for me to delve into the matter further, given an inquiry is being contemplated.
You will allow me 3 supplementaries.
I'll try.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, but very brief ones. The first one, Madam Speaker, being this non-executive director, according to law, does not have the same protection as an employee. The question is, why was it decided to suspend him after having dismissed him, to suspend him and to conduct an inquiry, when in fact, as early as October 2025, there had been at least 2 previous complaints against this person for verbal abuse, but also for acting in abuse of his authority as a non-executive director, giving directive and giving orders to staff, having a day-to-day office, having a secretary, and all sorts of other privileges which he was not entitled to.
Madame la Présidente, je pense que j'ai été très explicite dans ma réponse initiale, mais néanmoins, Madam Speaker, there is not only some complaints, there are several. And at date, there are several employees who had already lodged a complaint either at the Ministry of Labour, at the police, with my ministry, and I confirmed that it was abusing his authority and even had access to CCTV footage. Yes, he did act like a bito, Madam Speaker. As a responsible minister, I act in the interest, I must say, of the employees and revoke Mr. J.A. as chairperson.
Yeah, he asked for 2.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, is the minister aware that on the 5th he was recalled? And this is a very serious matter. on the 6th, Friday the 6th, this non-executive chairman who calls at the office at 7 had his own key. And in his office, a shredder.
Dude, you're always making statements.
Is he aware? It is a question that
Is he aware
that he had his own key and a shredder, and that on Friday the 6th, was given unsupervised access to the Tourism Authority and has done God knows what for I don't know how long. And on the eve, he had been revoked, and there was an inquiry that would be instituted a few hours later. Is he aware that he had his key and a shredder in his office, access to a shredder, and left unsupervised on the 6th of March?
Of course, Madam Speaker, I'm aware, I was fully aware. Yes, I confirm that Mr. J.A. refused to hand over his keys and over Tourism Authority property. Needful is being done to recover the property of Tourism Authority. But I must say on the other side, Madam Speaker, that my ministry, in consultation with the Attorney General Office, is setting up an inquiry, and the House and the inquiry will be going. I will have to wait.
Wait for the inquiry, yes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the Minister inform the House why he was maintained at his position despite all those numerous accusations? Thank you.
We knew about it, but he never came to the office when we called him. And I talked to him several times on the phone, and he was always outside the country. And he was not listening even to the minister. So, for my part, I don't want to be subsidized. The matter, given that an inquiry is being contemplated, let's wait for the inquiry and then we see.
Yes. Yes, there's a question there was asked before.
Can I ask the Honourable Minister if the day Mr. G.A. came back to office after his reintegration, he was involved in an incident, and if yes, what was the nature of that incident? Thank you.
On the day that he came back, yes?
Yes, indeed, Madam Speaker. Yes, I'm informed that there was an incident on the Friday, 6th of March 2026. Mr. J.A. came on the premises of Tourism Authority and yelled at the director and other employees. The part-time chairperson, even uttered some unpleasant word. And the issue was on his instance that his access to image of CCTV camera of the organization that I got in my possession, and this is the key of everything.
Which you're not giving us for the moment. Maybe you'll give it to those who will inquire, I suppose. Yes, Mr.
Madam Speaker, given the influence of this super non-executive chairman that he has wielded in the past, is the minister satisfied that, in view of the numerous complaints that had been made against him and the fact that no action had been taken prior, is he satisfied with how senior members of government have come to whitewash those complaints in the news before even an investigation providing its findings, and even commenting on what he believed to be the accusations and their seriousness? Is the minister satisfied, given that these are employees falling under an authority, under his responsibility, that due process has been followed in this matter?
I already took decisions that have to be taken, Madam President. But what I want to do, what I want to say, I can't be judge and party even before having the findings of the inquiry.
Yes.
I
think we've gone quite thoroughly in this issue. May I ask for next question, please? Okay. Give me time.
B28.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, the House will recall that the previous government was never in favor of making public the report of the Court of Investigation into the grounding of MV Wakasho. The MSM-led regime was indifferent and insensitive to the appeal from the public and members of opposition. I place on record that this government took a bold decision, and on the 2nd October 2025, the report was made public. Indeed, a major milestone in our bid to making freedom of information a reality and upholding transparency in government endeavors. Since the grounding of the MV Wakashu on the 25th July 2020, and to date, Madam Speaker, there has been a total of 6,309 claims amounting to approximately 2.3 billion rupees, which have been transmitted to Japan P&I Club, the insurer of MV Wakashu, for reimbursement. However, as I had previously mentioned in my reply to PQB/989 at the sitting of the 11th November 2025, whereby I tabled the total amount of compensation, which is around 200 million rupees, that was paid to the victims over the period 2021 to 2022 by the insurer of MV Wakashu. It was indeed a huge letdown, as only 200 million out of the 2.3 billion was paid to the victims. On the 25th October 2021, the ship owner Okayu Maritime Corporation entered a case before the Supreme Court applying for a limitation fund to be set up, limiting the value of compensation to be paid to the tune of approximately 720 million rupees. I am also informed that since this case was lodged, the insurer has had ceased payment of compensation to the victims. The last payment of compensation made by the insurer was in April 2022. On the 23rd February 2026, the Supreme Court delivered a judgment authorizing Okayu Maritime Corporation to set up a limitation fund for the payment of claims not related to oil pollution damage by way of bank guarantee. I have been informed by the Attorney General's office that Okayu Maritime Corporation has now lodged an appeal against the judgment of the Supreme Court before the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council. The case will probably be heard before the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council by the middle of next year. I am made to understand that my good friend, the Honourable Member to the Supreme Court, judgment in his question, and I'm sure he was referring to the Supreme Court judgment and not as an international court, as there's been no compensation proposed by the International Court regarding this case. I'm further informed by the Attorney General's office, Madam Speaker, that following the Supreme Court judgment, the state of Mauritius will now enter a case against the owner and related parties to seek damages for the oil pollution damage, following the grounding of the MV Wakashu and the ensuing oil spill. It is in this very perspective that my ministry, in consultation with the Attorney General's office, is working on a mise en demeure against Okayu Maritime Corporation for oil pollution damage. This government believes in the principle of the rule of law, and it is committed to ensure that justice is done to the people of Mauritius, especially those who have been directly suffered due to the impact of the shipwreck and the oil spill. As a responsible government, we will stand guided by the decision of the court. But I wish to reiterate that government will ensure that compensation due are paid to victims.
Yes? Yes?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Being given that a figure has been earmarked for compensation, is the Honourable Minister in a position to see whether there is a possibility to negotiate for an interim payment in the meantime so as to reduce the amount of prejudice being caused to the victims of the MB Wakashu?
My honourable friend can rest assured that in regards to the legal issue, the matter is being dealt with by our friends from the Attorney General's office.
Okay. Your next question has already been replied, right? Now we have the Honourable third member for Bobassin, Petite Rivière.
B30.
Madam Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, I'm informed that currently 75 secondary schools are offering Creole Mauritian, KM, as a subject from grade 7 onwards. Out of the 75 colleges, 26 are state secondary schools, while 49 are private secondary schools. Presently, 28 KM educators are posted in the state secondary schools, while 101 KM educators operating in private secondary schools are registered with a private secondary education authority. Madam Speaker, as regards part B of the question, I'm informed that KM educators are posted in every state college wherein KM is offered as a subject. Private secondary schools offering KM also provide KM educators to students opting for the subject. Notwithstanding the above, I'm informed that 2 students from one SSS, a college not offering KM as a subject, sat for KM examinations for the National Certificate of Education examinations. There is no report of any case whereby students have sat for the school certificate examinations in KM without having a designated educator thereof. Madam Speaker, with regard to part C of the question, I'm informed that an exercise was recently carried out for the recruitment of supply teachers, including KM supply teachers, during this financial year for state colleges. 7 KM educators have also been recently recruited in private secondary schools. In view of the upcoming budgetary exercise, my ministry will submit its proposal to the Ministry of Finance for the recruitment of secondary educators, which will include additional KM educators in view of the increasing number of students opting for the subject. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. L'honorable ministre peut-il dire à la Chambre si son ministère dispose d'un département dédié au créole mauricien afin de traiter toutes les questions relatives à l'enseignement et au développement du créole mauricien dans les écoles primaires et secondaires? Et si ce n'est pas le cas, peut-il nous donner les raisons?
Madam Speaker, for the time being, there is no dedicated department handling this, and because it is rather new. And this government, in 2025, we introduced CAM as a subsidiary subject in HSE, and as from this year, it is a main subject in HSE. Definitely, if needs arises, this department will be created, as suggested by the Honourable Member.
Okay.
Bon, étant donné qu'aucune démarche, comme vient de le confirmer l'honorable ministre lui-même, de ce type n'a été entreprise depuis l'introduction du créole mauricien en 2012, il faut bien le préciser, l'honorable ministre, malgré qu'il l'a dit, je lui demande à nouveau, est-ce qu'il peut donner l'assurance à la Chambre que son ministère accordera l'attention nécessaire au créole mauricien, la langue des Mauriciens, en mettant en place un département spécifiquement dédié à cette matière.
Madam Speaker, again, I will answer the Honourable Member. If needs arises within ministry in order to create such a department, it will be done by affirmative.
Okay, Monsieur Bichouk.
Yes. Madame la Présidente, will the Honourable Minister confirm whether students are made to choose either KM or Oriental languages currently?
It is an optional subject, all right? It is an optional subject. They have proposed a series of subjects, and out of these subjects, they have to choose. Yes, it is an optional subject.
Yes.
Honourable Minister, will the Honourable Minister consider the possibility to make it possible for Mauritian students to do both KM and Oriental languages so that they don't have to choose one language, either KM or an Oriental language?
Madam Speaker, in practical terms, this has to be studied whether, as suggested by the Honourable Member, whether this can be proposed or not, because it has technicalities involved in it, because we are talking about timetabling, we are talking about teacher availability. It has a lot of implications, so this has to be studied before a direct answer can be provided to the Honourable Member.
Very interesting, very interesting. Next question, please. Yes, Mr. Rukni.
Madam Speaker, B31.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for the question. Madam Speaker, in my reply to the PQ 1146 in December 2025, I informed the House that there were 120 outstanding applications in respect of global business companies as at 15 November 2025, with the oldest application dating back to April 2023, that is some 2.5 years pending. I am informed that out of these cases, 76 applications had been completed, 10 were withdrawn, and 1 was returned to the applicant as at 28 February 2026, while 33 applications were still pending, with the oldest application dating back to 25 November 2024. Madam Speaker, since 15 November 2025 till 28 February 2026, I am informed that the Commission has received 713 new GBC applications, and as at the end of February, there were still 102 pending applications, which includes the 33 application mentioned earlier. And I'm tabling, Madam Speaker, a breakdown of the status of the application for the global business companies received by the Commission as at 28 February 2026. The House was also informed, Madam Speaker, that due consideration would be given to the setting up of a complaints desk at the Commission, and to this regard, I am informed that an online complaints platform, namely the FSC Mauritius Online Complaints Portal, which also caters for complaints regarding a regulated entity holding a GBC license from the FSC, was launched yesterday. Madam Speaker, I would also like to add that the Financial Services Consultative Council, which meets regularly under my chairmanship since October 2025, monitors the implementation of the recommendations of the Financial Services Strategy Report, Rethinking the Future of the Financial Services Sector 2025-2030. The FSCC has a dedicated subcommittee to look into the ease of doing business of the financial services sector. This subcommittee meets under the chairmanship of the Chief Executive of the FSC and is closely monitoring the time taken to process applications at the FSC and look into ways and means to activate matters so that applications are processed in a reasonable time period. Madam Speaker, I would further like to highlight that as part of the budget 25-26, my ministry has set very clear performance indicators for the commissions through a performance agreement. These performance indicators are as follows: firstly, a maximum turnaround time for application of 10 days. Secondly, that 85% of applications shall be processed within a maximum of 15 calendar days. And thirdly, that applications exceeding 30 calendar days shall represent only 5% of total applications. And in order to meet these objectives, Madam Speaker, I am informed that the Commission has initiated several actions to reduce the turnaround time for the processing of licenses, including GBCs. First, the known to Commission system, which was gazetted on 17 December 2025 and is effective as from 5th of January 2026. This system enables the FSC to streamline the process for those companies which already hold a license from the FSC. Secondly, the application for change in directorship and shareholders of a licensee of the FSC will become fully digital by the end of March 2026. Thirdly, the investment dealer application have been restructured with improved templates which are more user-friendly. Furthermore, I am also informed that the Commission is integrating the use of artificial intelligence agents across all applications to streamline the process for all licensing categories. These new initiatives, Madam Speaker, are meant to ensure quicker turnaround time for processing of licenses. And in conclusion, let me add that the improvements have been noted in processing time. Targets have not yet been met, but I am informed that the Commission is continuing to work on improving the ease of doing business. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, Mr. Rukni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could the Minister please advise if there is any mechanism that exists to collect feedback from management companies and other licensees with regards to their experience in delays in time taken for considering their applications?
Madam Speaker, I have been urging the CEO of FSC and also through the FSCC to make sure that there is a feedback loop with GBC companies and management companies in general to make sure that there is the voice of the industry is heard with regard to those complaints. The complaints portal is one of them, but I've also asked them to make sure that they are continuously listening to the voice of industry. In fact, they have set up a forum called Industry Meet, which is meeting regularly, where all the stakeholders meet with CEO and the management of FSC to listen to the industry.
Yes. All right. Honourable Second Member for Belrose-Quatre-Bornes.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. B32.
Madam Speaker, Club Méditerranée, also known as Club Med, is a 5-star rated hotel located at Albion and comprises 295 rooms and 40 villas. The hotel operates at an average occupancy rate of around 100% during peak seasons and approximately 50% off-peak periods. I am informed by the National Land Transport Authority that presently no taxi is licensed to operate from the hotel. However, 24 taxis from the surrounding localities have been operating from the hotel premises since 1st of July 2007 to cater for the transport needs of guests. Now, Madam Speaker, I am also informed by the NLTA that on 26 September 2007, the then NTA, National Transport Authority, it was then called the NTA, decided to grant 20 taxi licenses on transfer to operate from Club Méditerranée. Albion, Club Méditerranée, Albion, and the communiqué was issued on 6 October 2007 to invite applications. However, licensing exercise was not brought to conclusion due to representations from the General Taxi Owners Unions and a case lodged at the Supreme Court by 6 taxi owners. Madam Speaker, following a survey carried out in year 2022 and based on the policy criterion of 1 taxi for every 10 rooms, 33 taxis may be licensed to operate from the hotel. It is my understanding that on 7 April 2023, new applications were invited through the press to grant taxi licenses to operate from the hotel, and 55 applications were received. However, this exercise was not concluded in view of the serious flaws identified in the exercise. After the general election of 2024, the new management of the NLTA promptly cancelled the exercise. Madam Speaker, the NLTA has advised by the end of April 2026, in a month's time, 1.5 months' time also, applications will be invited on transfer from holders of taxi licenses within a radius of 6 kilometers. to provide taxi services at Club Med Albion. Taxi operators who have been providing services at the hotel during the last 3 years will also be eligible to apply. Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie le ministre pour sa réponse. Can the minister inform the House of the expected time frame for the allocation of these taxi licenses? Thank you.
Well, by the end of April 2026, like I mentioned, the expression of interest will be floated. Now, I hope there is no macadam, because sometimes if people protest against it, it can become complicated, like the case was in 2007. So I think within this year, it should be resolved.
Oui, Monsieur Bichuk.
Oui, Madam. My question is not directly related to Club Med, but to hotels and public service licenses. Will the Honourable Minister request the NLTA to please inquire into those hotels who are no more requesting taxi licenses and instead are outsourcing the business of transport to contractors, which to my knowledge is illegal?
Yes. Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for this question. I am aware of such practice, and mind you, my officers have been going down for crackdown operation, and some well-known hotels, they know Ronflant, have been taken to task.
Ils sont pas des gentils organisateurs. Okay, now the next question is until you're okay, huh? Thank you. Okay, Mr. Bichu, yes?
Yes. B33, Madame.
I thank Honourable Member for this question, Madam Speaker. The House will recall that on 28 February 2025, I made a statement regarding the mobile network problem at Pobondieu along Salazie route. I informed on 3 points. First, that Mauritius Telecom had identified 3 locations for new mobile sites, namely Crimson Hall, near Salazie Farm, and near Obituary bus terminal. Secondly, that Mauritius Telecom was in consultation with the owner of Crimson Hall, and a feasibility study is underway, and the works at this site were expected to be completed by end of May 2025. And thirdly, that MT was looking for a plot of land for the setting up of a new tower at the sites near Salazie Farm and Obituary. And subject to the obtention of an appropriate plot of land and a building and land use permit, the new towers would be installed by December 2025 and May 2026, respectively. Madam Speaker, I am informed that the antenna support to be installed at Crimson Hall is already operational since October 2025. With regard to the sites identified at Salazie Farm and Obituary bus terminal, I am further informed that Mauritius Telecom is still liaising with the Ministry of Agro-Industry for release of the land, and this is in process. As for MTEL Limited, it has indicated that once Mauritius Telecom secures a site and becomes operational, it would make a request for co-location at that site. And the third operator, MTML, standing for Mahanagar Telephone Mauritius Limited, informed that tests were conducted at the Salazie-Pobondieu region, but anticipated coverage improvement was not achieved, primarily due to dense vegetation. Further testing is being carried out, and if road coverage targets will still not be achieved, the option of co-locating would also be considered by this operator. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Madam?
Yes?
Madam Speaker, being given that it is also a matter of concern for the people of the eastern region of the country with the same issue, would the Honourable Minister be able to confirm as to whether the same facilities are being, has been identified in those areas as well?
Yes, Minister?
Sure. This is a problem that is persistent in several regions of the country. I can also name the southeast coast, where at one point in time there's no connection at all. Now, the ICTA has taken note of this issue. This is why we are releasing, the ICTA rather, is releasing in a few weeks' time an app called NPERF, which will be used to officially send out by members of the public information on the network level. And this will be taken by the authority to the operators for them to ensure that they provide adequate coverage.
Great. Okay, Mr. Bichuk.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Minister for the antenna at Crimson Hall. However, as a matter of policy, will the Honourable Minister consider the possibility of urging those telecom providers to provide service, because there are too many dead zones, and many of them, like Morvacqua, Morlong, Grand Bassin, Gorges, or regions which are high tourist regions, and unfortunately, it's a shame for Mauritius that there's no network coverage done by companies who earns millions of profit in a service which, to my standard, is to be considered as an essential service.
Nowadays.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Bichuk. There is a reality there. There's an economic reality that the companies are also facing. However, there is a minimum coverage that should be provided. For tourists, I agree, but also for Mauritians as well, because there are some areas where should a car break down and the driver be alone at night, it could cause danger to their lives. Therefore, the ICTA has the responsibility to ensure with the operators that there is a minimum coverage, and I will convey that message to the board of the ICTA. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Juman, your question has been replied already, so we've finished with that. Now I call Honourable Second Member for Savannah and Black River.
Madam Speaker, please. B35.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit of my ministry that the main road from Le Monde to Cas-Noyal goes through stretches of inhabited areas like the villages of Cas-Noyal, La Golette, Coteau-Raffin, and Le Monde village, and several long stretches of uninhabited areas. In the inhabited areas, facilities such as street lighting, pedestrian crossings, footpaths, and bus stops are provided. However, along the uninhabited stretches, which mainly consist of forested areas, such facilities are limited because of resources. Madam Speaker, with regards to part A1 of the question, I am informed that cat's eyes are available in areas where there are limited or no street lights. In sections of the road that are properly lit, cat's eyes are not installed. Nevertheless, consideration will be given to the installation of additional cat's eyes where required, so as to improve the conspicuity of the road, particularly at night. Madam Speaker, with regard to part A2 of the question, street lights fall under the responsibility of the Highway Authority. That is, the Road Development Authority for classified roads and the local authorities for unclassified roads. It has been observed that street lights are available along the inhabited areas of the roads. However, these areas, solar street lights have been installed only at localized stretches such as Le Monde Junction, at Le Monde Junction. Road markings are present along the entire stretch of the road. However, at several locations, the road markings have faded and will need to be repainted. The maintenance of road marking along road Black River, Savannah Road, Coastal Road B9 falls under the responsibility of the Road Development Authority. Madam Speaker, my colleague, Honourable Ajay Ganesh. In reply to part B of the question, Madam Speaker, I am informed that requests have been received from residents regarding the provision of road humps in the villages of Coteau-Raffin and Cas-Noyal, and actions have already been taken in this regard. Now, lastly, at Coteau-Raffin, a raised pedestrian crossing has been implemented near the Kashmir Polo Club. In the village of Cas-Noyal, a road hump already exists along the Black River Savannah Coastal Road B9 near the church. Additionally, with a view to deter speeding and enhance road safety in the region, 2 raised pedestrian crossings have recently been placed along the Chamarel-Cas-Noyal Road B104. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. Now we have the Honourable Third Member for Port-Louis South and Port-Louis Central.
B36, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I shall answer this question in my capacity as Minister responsible for Hajj.
Okay.
So as it stands, the Islamic Cultural Center does not issue licenses or keep a register of operators for Umrah pilgrimage. However, there have been several meetings that have been organized ever since last year, which is an interministerial meeting. And at that interministerial meeting, it has for objective of revamping the law that governs the ICC, as well as two other pieces of legislation which would concern the Waqf and the Muslim Family Council en passant, I can mention it. But there is a whole revamp of the statute pertaining to the Islamic Cultural Center, and this is one of the issues that will be taken on board, amongst other issues.
Okay. Yes, Doctor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Minister whether it is not high time, considering the number of organizers who organize religious pilgrimage across the country, amongst we have Umrah, who have been taking people abroad, and we have no regulations. They are not answerable to any authority. And he and myself, we were recently on a group of 2,000 people, stranded Mauritians abroad, who were taken on a ride, I can put it in inverted commas, where they were not answerable to all the consequences of war and delayed travel and flight cancellation. It's high time whether we consider whether the tourism authority, because they are taking people on a touristic, I can put it, or pilgrimage religious, but at the end of the day, these people have to be answerable to the people that have to give them confidence.
Question. What was your question?
My question is, it's high time we get the tourism authority as well involved to register these people.
Okay.
I have taken note of the observations made by the Honourable Member, Madam Speaker. It is true that some people do not like it that you refer to such pilgrimage as tourism, but then some would say it is indeed religious tourism. Now, there is the aspect of hospitality in there, since it concerns travel, it concerns hotel, it concerns a trip. However, those issues deserve our attention, and it's precisely the reason why the law is being revamped. And I totally agree with him that there are many people who organize this mini pilgrimage, the Umrah. Then they organize it in such a way where there is no need for an insurance, there is no need for any permit, there is no need for any insurance cover for any trip that goes bad, there is no need for an insurance for someone who may fall ill at a destination and then have to get medical assistance. So all those issues are clearly clairement d'actualité. In other jurisdictions, it is only, there are only organizers who are properly registered and who conform with the need to have a proper insurance for the protection of those who travel that are given the right to organize. So all this, I can assure the Honourable Member and all those listening to me inside here and outside, that all those matters will be taken into consideration in the new law that is being prepared as we speak.
I just noted that it does not only concern the Muslim pilgrimage, but all sorts of pilgrimage. I understand. So maybe Attorney General is listening.
Speaker, this question is specifically with regards to Umrah. So obviously, I'm not here pronouncing myself in any way whatsoever with regards to any other voyage of a religious nature apart from Umrah. So I'm limiting it to that.
Okay. But you will follow up, Doctor. I'm sure. Okay, so now we have Honourable Lobin, Member for La Caverne.
Yes, B37, please, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the Municipal Council of Aqua Phoenix that the river running
adjacent to the Confuco football ground is River Ben Williams. With regard to part A of the question, I wish to inform the House that a site inspection was carried out on the 3rd December 2025 in the presence of the local disaster management coordinator, officers of the Public Health and Public Infrastructure Department, and municipal councillor. During that inspection, the port of the river extending from the Sri Sambhuna Temple to the M2 motorway, covering approximately 600 meters and including the stretch adjacent to the Confuco football ground, was thoroughly examined. The river was found to be clean and free-flowing, and no desilting works were deemed necessary at that time. Furthermore, the Land Drainage Authority, that is the LDA, has confirmed on 13 March 2026, following the review of the site observation and photographic evidence submitted by the Council, that the specific stretch of the river does not require additional desilting works at present, and that routine cleaning operations are sufficient to maintain proper water flow. Madam Speaker, with regard to part B of the question, the most recent cleaning exercise at that location was carried out by the Municipal Council of Upper Phoenix from 26 to 30 January 2026. This exercise included the removal of vegetation, cutting of grass and shrubs, and the clearing of fallen trees and waste in order to ensure the unobstructed flow of water and prevent any risk of flooding. Madam Speaker, I am further informed that rivers within the municipal jurisdiction are maintained on a regular cycle of 6 to 8 weeks, and the next cleaning exercise for that stretch is scheduled for 16 March 2026 in line with the Council's maintenance program. As regards desilting works, the last desilting operation for River Ben Williams, covering approximately 3.26 kilometers, including the stretch adjacent to the Confuco football ground, was carried out between 3 March 2025 and 14 April 2025 in accordance with the technical specification and guidance of the LDA. An assessment of rivers within the municipal area was also conducted in December 2025 and January 2026 in preparation for further maintenance work. Financial clearance has already been conveyed to the Municipal Council for desilting operation for the financial year 2025-2026, and bids received following the tender exercise, which closed on 6 March 2026, are currently under evaluation. Madam Speaker, I am also informed that the Council has sought the technical advice of the Geotechnical Unit of the Ministry of National Infrastructure, as XXIII desilting in certain locations may potentially lead to erosion or instability of riverbanks. The technical site visit is scheduled on 20 March 2026 to determine whether any further engineering intervention may be required. In the meantime, the Municipal Council will continue regular monitoring and routine cleaning of the rivers to ensure free and safe water flow at all times in line with the recommendation of the LDA. Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Speaker?
Yes. Mr. Levy, yes?
Yes, one supplementary. May I ask the Honourable Minister whether he would consider a site visit, a constat de visu, with all stakeholders, especially with regards to the river banks. The last time that those river banks were revamped was when Honourable Bagwan was Minister of Environment in 2000. And the river banks in almost all the rivers within this locality, even at 15 Canton, is in a very deplorable state. Yes, they do clean it, but the river banks are in a very deplorable state. If you could arrange for a site visit with all stakeholders, with the junior minister, with Minister Asia Vaden, and all stakeholders, you will see the visu that this is not the case with regard to the river banks. Whether you would consider the same.
Madam Speaker, in this regard, I am agreeable to carry out a site visit with all the stakeholders, including with a representative of the Municipal Council, even the Land Drainage Authority, Ministry of Environment, Forestry Division, and other concerned stakeholders to assess and in the safety of the communities. So, because for the time being, I have a picture which was sent by the council that the river is clean. So never mind, we can make the site visit joint with all the honourable ministers also. Thank you.
You have a picture, but it's only for you, huh? Never mind. Honourable third member for Pamplemousses and Triolet.
Speaker, B38.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I wish to refer the honourable member to my reply made to PQB/987 at the sitting of 11th November 2025, where I had informed the House that our lagoons have been overexploited and depleted over the years. The previous government had gone against sustainable fisheries by issuing a substantial number of new fishermen cards. Furthermore, at the sitting of 9th December 2025, I had informed the House that with a view to ascertaining the genuineness of registered fishermen, my ministry had submitted the list of 2,546 fishermen to the Mauritius Revenue Authority and the Central Business Registration Department. Information submitted by these institutions are being examined by my ministry. Furthermore, I'm informed that from January to December 2025, a total of 62 applications for fishermen cards have been received at the 14 fisheries posts across the island. Another 2 applications have been received between January 2026 to date. As regards Part A and B of the question, these 64 applications are not being processed for the time being. A decision will be taken after the verification exercise. Madam Speaker, I reiterate that as a committed and responsible government, we have a duty to protect the traditional fishermen.
Yes, Mr. Rukni? Yes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just make an appeal to the Honourable Minister not to make the same mistake like the previous government, giving card at the eve of the election. But can the Minister inform the House if there is any new criteria to maintain better control while delivering these cards?
No, you can. I'm not going to circulate the list of criteria for eligibility, but as you know, we are seeing to it that there is full compliance with existing criteria.
Yes, Mr. Bichuk?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Will the Honourable Minister conduct a thorough inquiry on the number of fishermen cards that were distributed to undeserving political agents who don't even know how to tailler l'hameçon, atasser l'hameçon on the eve of the last elections, and following that, give due consideration to deserving people who are waiting since long for a fisherman card?
I'm not going to say that we're a long, long way to Tipperary, but if you had heard me well, I've said that the matter has been referred to MRA and the Central Business Registration, specifically to look into those who should not have been given these fisherman cards.
Yes, Mr. Rukni?
Madam Speaker, it is one thing that the fishermen having fishermen cards are eligible to weather allocations, and quite another for fishermen, genuine fishermen, wanting to earn a living going out to fish. Will it be the case that those people would be precluded from fishing if they don't have fishermen cards?
Are you referring to the appeal which you made to me and to Junior Minister? No. What are you saying? In relation to?
The question is simple.
Sorry,
If people don't have fishermen's cards,
yes,
can they still fish? Like if I want to go and fish, can I?
No, of course not.
Good.
The law is an ask, but we have to comply to the
Exactly.
provisions of the law.
C'est pas dans commercial. Okay, we don't all go fishing every day. Please, let's Miss Sabada Patti, first member for Portris.
Thank you. B39, please.
Madam Speaker, at the outset, let me thank the Honourable Member for this question, which is her third one related to autistic children, after those she asked on 18th March and 17th June 2025. Madam Speaker, allow me to apprise the House that in accordance to Section 5 of the Special Education Needs Authority Act, the main functions of the SENA are inter alia to register special education needs institutions, their teaching and non-teaching staff, and any other resource person, and take appropriate action to ensure that the special education needs institutions are managed in accordance with relevant laws, rules, guidelines, directives, and standards. Madam Speaker, the special education needs institutions falling under the purview of SENA are as follows. 12 SEN integrated units, which are classrooms in public primary schools dedicated to SEN learners, 7 SEN resource development centers which cater for children with severe disabilities, and 47 NGOs providing services to SEN learners, 8 RCA SEN schools. I would like to add that admission of SEN learners is not limited only to SEN institutions. In certain cases, SEN learners are also enrolled in mainstream primary schools, which do not fall under the purview of SENA. Madam Speaker, I am informed by SENA that a communiqué was issued on 9th May 2025 inviting applications for admission of SEN learners in grade 1 for the year 2026. Each application had to be supported inter alia by a medical certificate. 521 applications were received as from that date of issue of the communiqué until February 2026. Out of these applications, 438 children turned up for screening exercises by allied health professionals in the SEN resource development centers. The mandatory comprehensive screening is carried out to determine the educational placement and accommodation required. Out of the 438 children who were screened, 143 children were identified to suffer from mild autism spectrum disorder. 32 of them were admitted in mainstream public and aided primary schools as at 13 February 2026. Madam Speaker, I'm informed that there have been delays in the admission of some of these 32 children because lack of teacher assistants and carers. With a view to coping with the situation, arrangements had been made by my ministry for the reallocation of teacher assistants and carers in certain cases. In other cases, internal arrangements were made by school management to accommodate the children with assistance of teachers and support teachers in certain schools. As regards the remaining children who suffer from higher forms of autism, they have been admitted in NGO SEN schools, SEN resource development centers, and SEN integrated units. Madam Speaker, I am also informed that there is currently an acute shortage of teacher assistants and carers on the local market. My ministry is envisaging the following measures in the short and medium terms in order to palliate for this shortage. 1, review the existing norms and standards to ease recruitment of assistant teachers, carers, and medical specialists in some cases. 2, contacting parents of children with disabilities who are willing to accompany their wards in the mainstream school on a voluntary and short-term basis. 3, creation of posts of teacher assistants and carers on the establishment of my ministry in the forthcoming budget. 4, accelerated training courses by the MIE to new recruits. And 5th, working in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and Wellness to have the support of medical professionals. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pourquoi ce sont les enfants autistes qui doivent faire les frais des carences administratives alors qu'on doit leur donner le meilleur encadrement possible pour étudier. Le ministre vient tout juste de faire mention que suite à ma question parlementaire datant du 17 juin 2025, alors vous avez fait mention d'unités intégrées renforcées pour les enfants autistes. Où en sommes-nous?
Madam Speaker, as I said, one of the major problems that we are facing is about staffing in that sector, all right? And unfortunately, the number of our kids who need special education needs, the number is increasing. And on the other side, we do not have trained professionals to cater for that sector. We are short of that. We are conscious, and that is why I gave the 5 measures which are palliative in order to address that issue in the short and medium term.
Yes, Mr. Bichuk and then Mr. Juman.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the paradox. On one hand, we are telling that we don't have staffs, and on the other hand, I'm aware of lots of cases where people who have been hired to work in SEND schools are still awaiting registration. May I request the Honourable Minister to look into all those pending cases of registration which might perhaps fill in those posts that are required to run these special schools for our special kids.
Are you aware, Minister?
Yes, Madam Speaker, let me inform the Honourable Member that there was a communique whereby we wanted to recruit, and many of those persons, perhaps Honourable Member later on gave me the list, they do not have the requirements officially, administratively, in order to be recruited. At times we even ask parents of these children to come and help as carer.
Yes, Mr. Juman.
Speaker, in the same vein, with regards to teachers, carers and assistant teachers, can the Honourable Minister inform the House the number of pending applications at the level of SENA? Pending, what just the...
Isn't it the same question?
Yes, same question.
It's the same question.
Yes, but the number of
so you want to know
applications
the
pending,
number?
yes.
Okay. It looks like it's a serious
It is indeed, Madam Speaker, it is indeed a serious issue, and I take good note of whatever the Honourable Member, and I thank him and Honourable Sababati for their personal involvement in caring for those autistic children. I'll ask Sena to do the needful.
Okay. We're done more or less. Madam Sabapati, you're happy?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Next question.
Oh, you have, so B40
Yeah,
now.
please. B40.
Madam Speaker, I presume that the health center to which the Honourable Member is referring to is in fact St. Croix Community Health Center, CHC, which is located in Jucre Street, St. Croix. The St. Croix Community Health Center comprises several services. Previously, all the facilities were dispensed from a small building. However, the facility has been upgraded with the provision of an additional building to palliate the lack of space. It is worth noting that St. Croix Community Health Center is the only CHC which provides dental services and has also extended opening hours up to 6 p.m. during weekdays similar to that of an area health center to cater for the large catchment area. Nevertheless, I understand that the space of the CHC is insufficient and the facility cannot be further expanded. The relocation of the CHC could be considered in the event funds and lands are available in the vicinity. Madam Speaker, I am informed that maintenance work such as cleaning of the premises and minor repairs were carried out at the level of G2 Hospital. Moreover, I am informed that external and internal painting have been carried out in October 2025 to address leakages reported in the pharmacy unit. Materials are being procured for waterproofing works. I am also informed that several thefts have been reported over the years. On 9th January 2026, 4 air conditioning compressors have been stolen, and the matter was reported to the police of Abercrombie on 13th of January 2026. Specifications for the replacement of air conditioning are awaited from the Energy Services Division of the Ministry of National Infrastructure to enable my ministry to launch the bids. These will be done on a fast-track basis. Furthermore, the Commissioner of Police is being requested to carry out frequent patrols in the area to deter any illicit activities.
Yes?
Thank you, Madame. Puis-je demander à l'honorable ministre s'il existe au niveau de son ministère un département pour inspecter régulièrement les infrastructures comme les centres de santé et si des rapports sont rédigés car le centre de santé de Ducré à Sainte-Croix est dans un état déplorable et ceci depuis l'année dernière, Monsieur le ministre.
I have already mentioned some reparation works have already been conducted, but the best solution would have been to move to another building. But that will not be possible because of financial constraints.
Yes?
Thank you. Le ministre est-il au courant de la chaleur étouffante au dispensaire de ce même centre de santé, également d'un stock de médicaments périmés, et qu'est-ce qui peut être fait à ce sujet? Depuis l'année dernière, la situation est comme telle.
I have mentioned that there have been theft, the air conditioning compressors was stolen, and that explains the reason. And secondly, I will not be in a position to launch bids unless and until I receive the specification from the ESD of MNI. Once I'll get it, I'll move for it. And I'm aware of the problem. That's why I can assure you, once the air conditioning is carried out, then other problems will be taken care of.
Okay. I think we've gone round that question. Mr. Siebert?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is question D/41, please.
Yes, Madam Speaker. In my replies to BQB 84 and B22 at the sittings of 17 December 2024 and 4 February 2025, the House was apprised of the operational situation on buses from Saint-Hubert to Cupid and Mayberg, as well as the measures being implemented by the NLTA to address irregularities and to improve service delivery thereto. My ministry is cognizant of the persistent transport problems faced by inhabitants of the region for their daily commuting needs. Following representations made to me by elected members of constituency number 11, yourself, Honourable Baburam and Honourable Ramdas, and other complaints received on malpractices occurring along route number 87, an inquiry was carried out at the level of my ministry, and that inquiry disclosed that the operations record filed by bus operators for compensation payments and subsidies with the NLTA had been falsified. The matter was consequently referred to CCID for investigation during the course of 2025. I'm not too sure whether this has been done very often, but we did it. Madam Speaker, I am informed by the NLTA that there are currently 7 buses which are licensed to operate along Route 87. Of these buses, 3 buses are operated by the individual bus operators and 3 buses by the NTC, while 1 bus owned by an individual operator is presently off-road due to major repairs. I am further informed that the passenger demand is relatively low along that corridor, particularly along the segment from Saint-Hubert to Richandeau via Saint-Hilaire up to the junction of Deux Bras Road, New Grove. I am made to understand that as buses proceed beyond New Grove and overlap with other buses, other routes, passenger accommodation becomes normal and some vacant seats are generally observed. However, in the light of ongoing representations from the inhabitants, several meetings have also been held by the NLTA with the NTC and individual bus operators to ensure that services are operated in accordance with the approved timetable. Verification by the NLTA confirmed that the bus services, including school services from QPIP, were generally being provided at an interval of 30 minutes. The NLTA is also closely monitoring bus operation along that route since mid of February 2026. In cases where a bus is temporarily off-road, buses from nearby routes are redirected along Route 87 by the NLTA as an interim measure to serve the commuters. Madam Speaker, I have to point out that most importantly, I have directed the NLTA to carry out an assessment of bus services along the island and to identify all routes along which additional buses may be required. The exercise is ongoing and there have been notices in the press recently. Based on the outcome of this survey, the NLTA will review the current bus allocation to ensure adequacy of public bus transport along routes, including Saint-Hubert, Saint-Hilaire, and neighboring villages. Madam Speaker, very importantly, I have also been made aware that bus operators may not be providing services to the satisfaction of commuters along several routes, despite that they benefit from government subsidies. In this respect, I wish to inform the House and the public who travel by bus that after much effort at my ministry, the tender exercise for the design, supply, installation, testing and commissioning of a fleet management system for public buses, which will comprise an automatic location system, a bus information system, a chef-de-gare application, and a central control system, amongst others, was floated internationally on the government e-procurement website on 21st January 2026. The closing date is scheduled for 24th March 2026, that is next Tuesday, in a week's time. Madam Speaker, I am confident that with this paradigm shift, with the use of technology, this system, which uses GPSs, will go a long way to improve service, essentially in the following ways. Number one, to ensure that the bus companies provide the required number of trips for which they are paid for. And number two, to allow the traveling public to know the ETA, that is the expected time of arrival of their buses, either on their mobile phones or on display panels. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you're all right. Okay, third member for Port South, Dr. Amir.
B42, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that the maximum number of chambers in different mortuaries is as follows: SSR Hospital 12, Victoria Hospital 9, Saj Hospital 18, Jawaharlal Nehru Hospital 12, Bramsukor 6, Bruno Chong Medical Center 9, New Suyak Hospital 6. Mortuary facilities comprise space for performing autopsies as and when required, and cold room for storage of corpses in chambers. These facilities existed at Dr. A.G. Jitu Hospital since inception, but over time the cold room became defective and beyond repairs. My ministry has already initiated action for the installation of a new cold room for storage of corpses at Dr. Jitu Hospital. Madam Speaker, as regards party of the question, I am informed that on 11th December 2023, a contractor was awarded the contract for supply, installation, testing and commissioning of a cold chamber for the mortuary of Dr. Jitu Hospital with a capacity to accommodate 12 bodies. It was due to be delivered within 8 to 12 weeks, as from the letter of acceptance, work should have been completed by 4th March 2024. The supplier supplied the cold room on 1st July 2024 and installation was ongoing. In January 2025, an inspection was carried out during which several shortcomings were noted, such as poor workmanship, traces of rust or interior frames, defective lighting features, excessive condensation, amongst others. Despite the contractor was informed on several occasions to remedy the situation, an inspection carried out by the electrical engineer of the Ministry of National Infrastructure in August 2025 revealed that several issues had remained unsolved. Madam Speaker, meetings were held at the level of my ministry with the contractor, and the advice of Attorney General's office was sought. The latter advised that although the ministry is entitled to terminate the contract for non-performance, such action may result in a higher cost and delays. I am informed that my ministry accepted the proposal of the contractor for the provision of new equipment for the cold chamber at Dr. Jitu Hospital, with expected delivery date of 29 January 2026 at no additional cost to the ministry. Dismantling and carting away of the existing equipment have been completed, and the consignment would be shipped by air instead of sea to expedite delivery. I have been informed that the request of the supplier to supply, install and commission the equipment within 2 months has exceptionally been acceded to, and the supplier has been requested to submit the delivery date. Madam Speaker, in respect of Part B of the question, I have been informed that as an interim measure, the Ministry is procuring 2-bed refrigerants at hospital level. Tenders have already been launched with closing date of 18th March 2026. In addition, corpses are being transferred to the mortuary of other public hospitals. Madam Speaker, as regards Part C of the question pertaining to the installation of a separate mortuary facility, the matter has been referred to the Commissioner of Police for consideration.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've listened very clearly to the answer given by the Honourable Minister with regard to the delay in the implementation of a proper mortuary room at G2 Hospital. May I ask the Honourable Minister whether he thinks it is advisable once again to give a further contractual agreement to a company that failed in toto to respect the specifications to which it was given in the first place for mortuary, namely, as he said, electrical defects, humidity, but above all, sizes. I mean, he even gave mortuary that were fitted only for young adolescents and children. I think, in my honest opinion, Minister, we should seek somebody else. We have waited a lot.
I totally agree with the Honourable Member, but advice was sought from the State Law Office. And the advice that I received, that if you're going to terminate the contract for non-performance, such action may result in higher costs and delays. And secondly, well, the Honourable Member is aware that for such type of works, we have got hardly a few contractors, and they don't even want to tender for such type of works. That is the reason we have given him the last chance. And at the same time, at no additional cost from us. So we are awaiting the last chance we are giving. I do hope that they are going to accede to the request and the work will be completed, because I'm aware of the problem that inhabitants of the regions are facing. And I can assure the Honourable Member that I'm looking into the case personally.
Yes, Doctor.
Quick question. Thank you, Honourable Minister. May I ask the Honourable Minister, in these circumstances that has happened to G2 Hospital, may happen in other regional hospitals in regard to keeping courses for mortuary facilities or even autopsy, whether we should have readily available, as he just said recently, what we call refrigerant beds and cooling rooms that are readily available for those particular hospitals in the event that we have a very short shortage of places to keep the bodies of loved ones and prevent all the trauma, psychological trauma that people of Port Louis particularly have had with regard to G2 Hospital. Thank you.
As far as the other hospitals are concerned, we never had any such problem. We have ample facilities. It's only exceptionally in G2 Hospital we had the problem, and that is the reason why we have ordered for the acquisition of 2 refrigerants. But at the same time, I have a look at other mortuaries where we have got corpses which are lying since long. Even these have to be dispensed with. There is a question on which I'm going to answer.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Amir, you're okay now? Okay. B43 and B44 have already been replied by the Prime Minister. So now we have Mr. Etwaria.
Madame la Présidente, B45, s'il vous plaît.
Madam Speaker, with regard to the potential risk of accident during the Sunday open market held at Fonsac, I wish to inform the House that, based on information obtained from the Mauritius Police Force, Northern Division, no road accidents, scratching or pickpocketing, or any harassment, public nuisance, assault cases have been reported to the immediate vicinity of the market for the period January 2023 to 13 March 2026. Madam Speaker, as regards the plan for the construction of the sheltered market at Fonsac, the project was initially identified as a project under preparation in 2021. At that time, an initial request was made to Compagnie de Montchoisy Limité, CDMC, for the allocation of approximately 19,500 square meters of land forming part of Montchoisy Smart City Phase 2 for the purpose of implementing this project. The proposed acquisition of the land was to be considered under the provision of the Sugar Industry Efficiency Act 2001, while matters relating to land conversion were to be examined by the Ministry of Agro, Industry and Food Security. Subsequently, on 23rd September 2024, CDMC informed the authorities that it was agreeable in principle to transfer a plot of land of about 4.61 pièces at the nominal price of 1 rupee for the implementation of the project. Madam Speaker, following a site visit effected on 10 April 2025, which I attended together with the Honourable Minister of Education and Human Resources and the 2 Honourable members of the National Assembly for constituency number 6, representative of the District Council of Pamplemousses and officers of my ministry, it was considered that the initial proposed extent of land would not be sufficient to accommodate the market and the necessary supporting infrastructure. Subsequently, it was decided that a request be made for approximately 6 acres of land in order to cater for the construction of the sheltered market, as well as parking facilities and other associated amenities required for the proper operation of the market. The District Council of Pamplemousses has accordingly made the request to Compagnie de Montchoisy-Limité. By letter dated 25 November 2025, the company informs that the request for 6 arpents of land was under consideration and that a reply would be communicated upon completion of their evaluation. A further follow-up request was sent on 3rd March 2026, and I am informed that a layout plan for the proposed development is currently being submitted to facilitate the company's consideration of the request. Madam Speaker, my ministry remains committed to the implementation of this project with a view to providing a properly structured, organized and safer market environment for both vendors and members of the public. In this regard, the District Council of Pamplemousses intends to resubmit the project under the performance-based budget 2026-2027 as a project under preparation, so that once the issue of land allocation is finalized, the design and implementation of the sheltered market at Pontsac may proceed. Thank you.
Yes? Okay. Mr. Etwaria, yes?
I would like to know what are the obstacles that are stopping the signing of the memorandum of association with the Montchoisy Group so far.
As I said, Madam Speaker, so the request from 4.61 acres has become 6 arpents. So the request which has been changed, this also has to be considered by the CDMC. So we have already sent 2 requests, so we are waiting for the final from them.
Okay. Right, Mr. Bijan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B46.
Madam Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, I am informed that the new Goodlands Market Fair currently comprises of 3 blocks, namely Block A, B, and E. Prior to the pre-tender exercise carried out in 2018, the project initially consisted of 5 blocks. However, the financial clearance obtained at that time proved insufficient to implement the project of its entirety. Consequently, the District Council of Rivière-du-Remport, in consultation with the Ministry of National Infrastructure and Community Development, decided to downscale the project and proceed with the construction of 3 blocks only, together with supporting facilities such as parking areas, sanitary amenities, office and technical facilities, and other associated site works. Following the tender exercise conducted through the Central Procurement Board, the contract was awarded on 2nd October 2019 to OBRB Construction Limited. The works were implemented thereafter, and the project was completed on 15 December 2023, following extension of time granted mainly due to COVID-19 pandemic, adverse weather conditions, delays in shipment of materials, and additional works required during this implementation. The initial cost, final project cost, and detailed breakdown of variation works, compensation cost, and consultancy fees are provided in the document which I am tabling before the House. With regard to Part B of the question, I am informed by the District Council of Rivière-du-Remport that the new Goodlands Market Fair is comprised a total of 536 stalls distributed across several sections, including vegetable, haberdashery or general merchandise, SME, food, meat, fish, and poultry section on alternative days. With regard to Part B1 and B2 of the question, out of Thus, 536 stalls, 434 stalls have been allocated and are currently occupied, while 102 stalls remain vacant. As regards to the Haberdashery or general merchandise section, I am informed that the traders concerned have not yet relocated to the new market, as a case has been lodged before the Supreme Court, with a matter scheduled for hearing on 16 June 2026. Nevertheless, approximately 190 traders out of the 354 concerned have already signed their occupational contract. With regard to Part C of the question, I am informed that traders have been operating at the old Woodlands Market since 1992. Following the separation of the District Council of Adjournment and Pamplemousses in 2012, traders who were already established in the market were allowed to continue operating in the market where they were already trading, irrespective of their place of residence. The details list of stallholders and their respective places of residence is provided in the document which I am tabling before the House. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I am tabling the documents containing the detailed breakdown of the project cost, the list of stakeholders, and the distribution of stalls by category in the new market fair.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Given the information that the new Woodlands Market Fair operates on the mentioned days, I would like to ask the Honourable Minister whether a feasibility has been done of opening the market fair on other additional days. If not, can it be done? And what are the future plans to arrange for new allocation of stalls for new applicants, including SMEs, to operate on those days? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, as I told you that I'm tabling all the documents. So for the suggestion for possibility of opening the market fair on other alternative days, so as our market is under the management of the District Council of Rivière-du-Remport, I will submit a request to them to consider.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, now B47 has already been replied. Now we have the third member for Port Louis North, Mr. Kazem.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B48, please.
Madam Speaker, with the setting up of Muga project in the vicinity of Sainte Croix, a request was made to my ministry to relocate the existing methadone dispensing site at Sainte Croix Methadone Daycare Center, catering for some 230 beneficiaries, to ex-police divisional headquarters of Abercrombie, which was already dispensing methadone to some 376 beneficiaries. The relocation was effected at the beginning of 2023. The House may wish to note that in March 2025, methadone was being dispensed to some 635 beneficiaries at Abercrombie, leading to a large crowd, which posed safety and security concerns for the beneficiaries, the general public, and the officers involved in the daily dispensing process. A request for the relocation of the site was made by the divisional commander from Abercrombie Police Station. Madam Speaker, in order to alleviate these pressures and to ensure a safer environment for all stakeholders, a strategic decision was taken by my ministry in April 2025 to relocate approximately 170 beneficiaries from Abercrombie site to Vallée-des-Prés Police Station. As at 10 of February 2026, some 448 beneficiaries are still registered to receive their daily methadone doses at the Abercrombie site. Madam Speaker, I am informed that at the meeting held with the Divisional Commander of Abercrombie Police in November 2025, it was highlighted that recipients of methadone have the habit of displaying antisocial behaviors and loiter around the place where the dispensing is made. It was stressed that interagency cooperation should be strengthened to find sustainable solutions to such issues. I am further informed that the National Agency for Drug Control, which is now the apex body looking at the drug scourge, is addressing this matter. My ministry has also received a proposal by NADEC for the setting up a one-stop shop addiction treatment services and integrated harm reduction clinic at Nicole Road, Port Louis. The methadone clients currently at Abercrombie site will also be able to benefit from the services at the proposed site at Nicole Road. The possibility of gradual relocation of the clients at Abercrombie site to the proposed one-stop shop addiction treatment services and the integrated harm reduction clinic at Nicolet will also be looked into by NADEC and my ministry once the one-stop shop has been formally set up.
Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Once we are dispensed with methadone, we can see a crowd of these people still remaining in the surroundings. May I know, in the short terms, what are the solutions that the Minister can propose together with all those framing, including police officers, members from Minister of Health, can assist to alleviate current situation at Abercrombie?
This is a situation which is throughout the country. Wherever methadone is dispensed to is the same problem everyone is facing. And we keep on getting requests from members of parliament that from X particular site, it has to be removed to Y. But when you are changing the site, you are transferring the problem from one place to the other. Well, it is a human problem. You have to bear with it. The police is doing its level best. And once our setup will be there in the new place, I do hope we will be able to get rid of those people, antisocial elements, from all the regions to one particular place where the police will be in a much better position to control them. But unfortunately, the problem is same everywhere.
Okay. Yes. Now we have second member for Grand Bay. Poudre d'Or, Mr. Bijan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B49.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Tourism Authority that it does not keep the figures in respect of licensing fee collected from businesses constituency-wise. However, the Honourable Member is interested in having the total licensing fee collected by the Tourism Authority island-wide for the period of 2015 to 2024. I may ask the Tourism Authority to compile same for circulation to the Honourable Member.
Yes. Okay. The third member for Rivière des Anguilles.
Madam Speaker, B50.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the Honourable Member for her renewed interest in this particular reform. Madam Speaker, the present system has caused much suffering and indignity for our people. Thus, the disability pension reform represents an important and much-awaited step towards ensuring that the disability support system in Mauritius becomes more inclusive, equitable, and responsive to the real needs of persons with disabilities in their daily lives. As I previously informed the House in my statement made to the sitting of the National Assembly of the 8th July 2025, and in my replies to the Parliamentary Question B501 at the sitting of 13th May 2025, and B842 at the sitting of the 7th October 2025, my ministry is currently working on a reform initiative for disability-related pensions. The major reforms that were identified include, inter alia, the introduction of a hybrid assessment model to replace the 100% medical-based model. B, the introduction of a graduated support model to replace the all-or-nothing model. And C, the introduction of multidisciplinary assessment panels to replace the medical boards. Madam Speaker, Government at its meeting of 28 November 2025 took note of the status of the proposed reform, which would be implemented over 2 phases, namely Phase 1, which will include the updating of medical guidelines for disability assessment, and the introduction of a graduated support model whereby those deemed not eligible for the invalid pension, basic pension, BIP, could qualify for an inclusive living allowance, ILA. The ILA would be revised, would replace the disability allowance and its quantum would be revised higher. The disability allowance is currently 2,500 rupees per month, and there are only around 750 beneficiaries, as compared to 28,000 beneficiaries for BIP. And the phase 2, which would include the introduction of a hybrid assessment model based on both medical and functional criteria, as well as the replacement of the current medical boards with multidisciplinary assessment panels, thus also conforming to the human rights-based approach recommended by the United Nations Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in its concluding observations of September 2024 on Mauritius compliance. Madam Speaker, currently my ministry is completing phase 1 of the proposed disability reform, particularly an enhanced medical guidelines for disability assessment, as the existing one dates back to 2016, and many shortcomings and gaps have been identified in same. This phase 1 reform initiative has involved significant technical work so far. I am proud to say that it was all an in-house and local expertise inputs. Back in October 2025, inputs and insights have been gathered by way of survey questionnaire from the medical practitioners of the medical unit of my ministry who serve the medical boards, which operates under the aegis of the aforementioned unit, to identify the gaps and challenges regarding the effective implementation of the medical guidelines. Subsequently, in November 2025, a series of consultative meetings have been held with medical specialists from both the public and private sectors who serve on the Medical Appeal Tribunal, which operates under the aegis of the medical unit of my ministry. A draft revised medical guidelines has already been worked out by my ministry and submitted to the Ministry of Health and Wellness for validation early this year. The revised guidelines will place greater emphasis on functional disability and limitations in activities of daily living, introduce more comprehensive criteria for assessing long-term health conditions, and improve the consistency and transparency of disability assessment, as well as reviewing the reassessment period for the renewal of benefits. Thus, the core of the technical work for the implementation of phase 1 has been completed by my ministry. We are now expecting validation by the end of this month from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Madam Speaker, in parallel, we have also worked out the financial implications and the number of new beneficiaries of the proposed reform. The estimate of phase 1 of the reform is some 500 million rupees per year. Consequently, financial clearance would be sought from the Ministry of Finance, including for the proposed introduction of the new inclusive living allowance. Cabinet's approval would be sought accordingly for the implementation of phase 1 of the reform in this financial year. It would amount to around 125 million rupees, while phase 2, subject to all clearances being obtained, is projected to be implemented within 12 months of the implementation of phase 1. For now, let us keep our fingers crossed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, yes.
May I request the Minister, in light of the reform that has been announced, to please make sure that people who have one of their leg chopped, lower limb chopped, or or half blind, one-eyed, don't have to go to medical boards every year in order to secure their pension. I mean, it's common sense that their leg is not going to grow, or perhaps they will never recover their eyes. So I don't understand why these people are requested to go and appear in front of a medical board every year.
I thank the honourable member. This issue is being taken on board by phase one of the reform.
Okay. Yes, Madam Dalriel.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Honourable Minister consider amendments with a view to strengthening the appeals mechanism, more particularly reducing delays for such appeals?
Yes, we are making quite substantial and significant efforts to reduce the time for people to go to the medical boards. And we hope that the phase one of the reform will ease the reassessment and appeal to the medical tribunal.
Yes. Yes. Okay, one more. Then Mr. Juman.
Earlier on, will the Honourable Minister consider introducing or implementing regular reviews in the law to ensure decisions to discontinue pension claims are fair and consistent?
We will take this into consideration, Honourable Member.
Of course. Yes, Mr. Juman.
Speaker, Honourable Minister, can I know whether the proposed reform will also consider to review the carers allowance?
The current allowance.
Carers allowance.
Carers allowance.
Okay.
In the phase one, this is not part of the phase one of the reform, but the redefinition of the criteria of the carers allowance is being reviewed. But it was in our manifesto to upgrade the carers allowance, and all will depend on the financial situation of the country in the budget. But we will make the proposal. Last year we made a proposal for the gradual increase of the carers allowance, but this economic situation was not good enough to cater for this.
You're very popular, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Being given that the draft guidelines have already been forwarded to the Ministry of Health and is now awaiting approval.
I can't hear you.
Madam Speaker, being given that the draft guidelines have already been forwarded to the Ministry of Health and is now awaiting approval, is the Honourable Minister in a position to confirm to the House whether he is willing to accept those families who are suffering prejudice, whether it can be dealt with a fast-track system?
In the meantime, you mean?
In the meantime.
Yes.
We will consider it and see, but I hope my friend is working very, very hard on the validation of the phase one of the reform.
Okay. Okay. Oh my God. I know it is a very sensitive issue.
Please, go on.
Madame Daouiarou first. It was her question.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just as a question, are there plans to digitalize the whole monitoring and application process?
Yes, there was. I answered a question in the last year in Parliament. Yeah, the ESS system is being implemented. And we hope that in 2 years' time, the whole system of social security will be digitalized.
Okay, Dr. Prayag, then Dr. Umir, then Mr. Lubin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Given that the carers allowance causes prejudice to the female population of beneficiaries, given that it depends on the household income for the beneficiary, can we even consider to phase it out? If not, then consider to take an action concerning it quicker than awaiting for the phase two?
The proposal will be made by the ministry in the context of the governing budget. Then it won't be my decision, it will be a governmental decision.
Yes, Dr. Umir.
Madam Speaker, in the event of the major disability reform being implemented, may I request the Honourable Minister to see with the members of the medical board that they have a more compassionate approach to the chronically ill and those who are bedridden, so that they have not been asked to come on stretchers and ambulances at the medical board to be assessed, but rather send a doctor at home for assessment. Thank you.
thank the Honourable Member for this observation, and we are aware of the difficulties of many people to attend medical boards, and we have taken a decision that all the people above 90, okay, the medical assessment is being done at domicile.
Above 90?
Above 90. And now we are trying to reduce it to 85 and then 80. This is the objective.
I think we're going to be in trouble. I have Mr. Lubin, I have Mr. Duval, and it seems it's a question which is of great interest.
I love it.
I don't want to do...
This means that the reform is an important one.
Honourable Minister, since on the 9th of December, I got carried away, and I'm sorry, my dear Chief Whip, I don't want to get carried away today, although I also feel very strongly about it. Mr. Lubin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Minister, is he in a position to inform the House how many pending appeal cases do we have? Because it seems that a lot of people are waiting for their appeal to be heard. Do you have such a list or figures so that you can provide to the House, please?
I don't have the list, but I can table it if you want.
Thank you.
But I can say that out of 100 cases examined by the board, 70% are granted and the 30% is going to the medical tribunal. But I can get the correct figures. I already gave it to the National Assembly previously.
In fact, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Duval?
In fact, it's on the same question. It had been reported in the past that more than half of the cases on appeal are overturned decisions of the medical board. One reason being that they do not have specialist doctors. The second reason being that they do not have access to files, medical files of the patients. Therefore, is the minister going to look into that aspect of, with his reform urgently, to ensure that people are given a fair consideration for their application?
Of course, this is a major issue that it will be taken in phase 1 and in phase 2 too. Thank you.
Yes. Oh, last one. I understand it's a very touchy issue. Last one.
Yes. Can this exercise be made more scientific and systematic so that we don't have so many people who go on appeal? Because that 60% criteria is too debatable.
This is precisely what we are changing.
Oh, my God. Doctor, let's keep it. Talk to each other. Talk to each other, please. Because c'est insatiable, cette question. OK? Vous allez parler entre vous. Je suis sûre que vous allez trouver des solutions. OK? Let me carry on because we haven't got much time left. Now, B51 is already answered, Ms. Anctil, and B52 is again Ms. Dauriel.
Yes. Thank you. B52.
Madam Speaker, this question provides with an excellent opportunity to highlight the comprehensive and strategic action which my ministry has undertaken to propel Mauritian sport forward. My ministry approach has been holistic, focusing on 3 core pillars, namely grassroots participation and community engagement, high-level sport excellence, and development of sports infrastructure. The above initiatives implemented have indeed yielded significant positive outcomes across all these areas. I believe we should also highlight that my ministry operates, among others, through its various executive arms, namely the Mauritius Sport Council, the Trust Fund for Excellence in Sports, the National Youth Council, the Côte d'Or National Sport Complex, and the Commission Nationale du Sport Féminin. It is through these institutions that multiple types of activities are organized for different strata of the population. At grassroots participation and community engagement level, the initiative includes, among others, the revival of the inter-college sport competition, de À nous transforme, nous l'endroit programme and course de l'unité. Madam Speaker, with regard to high-level sport, my ministry committed has been equally robust, ensuring our athletes shine at the regional and international stage. High-level sports excellence in Mauritius is driven by my ministry through the high-level sport unit, focusing on elite athlete development and international performance. Key initiatives include grant to National Sport Federation, sport organization, the high-level sport assistance scheme, and substantial cash prize scheme for medals at major international competition. Moreover, the Trust Fund for Excellence in Sport support athletes at secondary, vocational, and tertiary levels. We have to mention here the individual performance of high-level athletes such as Kimberly Lecour and Noémie Alphonse at international level. Madam Speaker, concerning our sport infrastructure, it is essential to provide our athletes with modern sport infrastructures with a view to elevating athletics performance, as it directly impacts safety, consistency, and training effectiveness. Well-designed sport facilities minimize injury risks, reduce fatigue, and enable athletes to train at higher intensities and with greater precision. To this endeavor, my ministry has moved to a proactive strategy of modernizing our sport facilities. Key upgrades were completed at the Sir Alfred swimming pool, the Maud Albert swimming pool, and Beauvallon football pitch, ensuring our communities have safe and modern venues to practice. The crowning achievement was the inauguration of Celsius Sagar Ramgoolam Sport Complex in Triolet in November 2025. This 200 million state-of-the-art multidisciplinary facility is a game changer for the region. This complex is a tangible example of our commitment to decentralizing access to sport. It provides a dedicated space for over 350 people to engage in everything from futsal and volleyball to pétanque and jogging. This directly combats non-communicable diseases, fosters community wellness, and provides a high-quality training venue for local athletes. Substantial investment will be required to give our sport infrastructure the lettre de noblesse, and requests for funding infrastructure projects are being made by my ministry in the forthcoming budget exercise. However, Madam Speaker, it would not be possible for me to enumerate all the initiative programs implemented by my ministry. I'm thus tabling a comprehensive list of these initiative programs. These are testimonies that the policy and strategies put in place are yielding results and serve as benchmark for the other athletes. Madam Speaker, to conclude, the initiative program implemented have had a profoundly positive impact. We have re-energized grassroots participation through intercollège, À nous transforme, nous l'endroit, course de l'unité, focus on the elite athlete development and international performance, and build and upgrade the infrastructure necessary for future champions. The foundation for a vibrant, inclusive, and successful sporting nation has never been stronger.
Thank you. Yes, question.
Could the Honourable Minister state what is being done to upgrade and modernize sports facilities in the constituency of number 13 and 14, given that we do not have any stadium or full-fledged complex in that region?
It is in the agenda of the ministry to organize a meeting with constituency number 13, because we had some meeting with different constituencies in the past, recent past. So in the near future, we are going to have a meeting and we can discuss different activities that we can organize together.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, and could the Honourable Minister confirm or indicate whether government is encouraging private sector investment and sponsorship in sports development?
Yes, of course, this is in our agenda.
Yes, you finished? Okay, I'm going to be sweet.
Je vous remercie infiniment, Madame la Présidente. B53.
Sounds like a ship or a...
Madam Speaker, in regard to the proposed construction of Belrose Market Fair in Caterborn, I am informed by the Municipal Council of Caterborn as follows. A plot of estate land of an extent of 6,548 meters square at Victoria Avenue, Belrose, previously leased to the Estate Investment Corporation Limited and sublet to Mauritius Jute and Textile Industry Properties Company Limited, has been identified for the implementation of this project. Following the cancellation of the lease, financial clearance was conveyed on 27 October 2023 for the payment of the compensation amounting to 5,293,393 rupees and 56 cents to the Mauritius Jute and Textile Industries Properties Company Limited for added value to the site. The deed of cancellation was subsequently transcribed on 27 December 2024, and the plot of estate land was vested in my ministry for the construction of the market fair. However, I am informed that the transfer certificate for the plot of land is still pending signature before a notary public, and despite several requests made by my ministry to expedite the matter, the formalization of the transfer has not yet been completed. As a result, the site has not yet been formally handed over for the start of the construction works. In the meantime, preparatory works have been initiated by the Council. Bids were invited on 28 January 2026 for the demolition of abandoned buildings and the clearing of the land at Avenue Victoria, with a bid closing date set for 12 February 2026, and the 3 bids were received. The bid evaluation exercise is currently in progress, and the contract is expected to be awarded by the end of this month, with demolition and clearing works scheduled to be completed by 30 May 2026.
Okay. Yes, very short and sweet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've got only one supplementary. Will the Minister state the facilities that will be provided in the new Belrose market? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the project will provide market with stalls, washroom facilities, and space for bus holding area, and a large parking space for avoiding traffic jams.
Okay. Now time is up. Okay, Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from provisions from the provisions of paragraph 12 standing order 10.
Yes, motion must be seconded by Minister of Housing. The question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of standing order 10. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I'm sorry, I have to tell you also that several PQs, of course, have been withdrawn. B70, 71, 69, 73, 62, 59, 60, 63, 66, 68, 57, 58, and 74. Thank you. Prime Minister.
With your permission, I would like to make a statement on the adherence of Mauritius to the IMF Special Data Dissemination Standard Plus. the SDDS Plus as from today. Madam Speaker, as the House is aware, the independence of institutions such as Statistics Mauritius and the Bank of Mauritius were grossly undermined before November 2024. Pressure was exerted on the Statistics Mauritius and the Bank of Mauritius to dress up official statistics, thereby giving the false impression of progress and weakening their independence at the same time. We pledged when we took office to reverse this. We have done so. These institutions now work with restored autonomy and professionalism, and the credibility of our national statistics has been rebuilt. But we're not stopping there. We are making further studies in our endeavor to secure the highest standards of transparency and accountability in the production and dissemination of statistics. Today, Madam Speaker, I'm glad to announce to the House and to Mauritians in general that Mauritius is adhering to the SDDS Plus, which is the highest tier IMF data dissemination standards, which is the most advanced and demanding of all international data standards. I would like to add here that as a result of my government's efforts, Mauritius subscribed to the first level of international standards, the General Data Dissemination System, in September 2000. It was under my government that Mauritius graduated to the SDDS in February 2012. We wanted, Madam Speaker, to send a powerful signal to the world that Mauritius strictly adheres to the principles of transparency and accountability with respect to the production and dissemination of data. In 2013, during an IMF technical assistance mission, we, through the then Statistics Board, seized the opportunity to request the IMF assistance in identifying the new requirements of SDDS Plus and the steps needed towards meeting them. Unfortunately, this was followed by, I must say, inaction for the following 10 years. 10 lost years. Last year, I decided to revive this important endeavor. I set up a steering committee under my office to speed up its implementation. Today, Madam Speaker, I'm glad to announce that we have reached the highest level, which is the SDDS Plus. The adherence to SDDS Plus means that we are now agreeing to publish more data faster and with tighter guarantees on quality, integrity, and openness, especially for government finance, the financial system, and external exposures. In practice, the SDDS Plus requires Mauritius to meet detailed IMF benchmarks on the coverage, the frequency, and timeliness of a set of core and additional data sets that are considered essential to monitor vulnerabilities and risk in modern economies. This is, Madam Speaker, a demanding standard, but meeting it sends a powerful message to investors, to rating agencies, and also to international partners that they can rely on our statistics when taking decisions about Mauritius. This graduation is therefore not just symbolic, it has concrete implications for our economy. The strategic benefits for Mauritius are multifold. One, reinforce international credibility. This is especially valuable for safeguarding Mauritius' reputation and increasing global scrutiny of international financial centers. Second, stronger investment and rating agency confidence. For a small, open economy reliant on capital flows, this credibility premium is strategically important, and for Moody's, it will be a credit positive. Third, the enhanced financial stability oversight. For Mauritius, where financial services represent quite a high percentage of our GDP, as we know. At one point, it was even 15%. But this now is a significant share of GDP. Therefore, this risk monitoring capacity is critical. Fourth, alignment with financial center ambitions. It would serve, Madam Speaker, as the reputational anchor consistent with global financial stability standards. Fifth, institutional and governance strengthening. These improvements will have lasting benefits well beyond compliance. Sixth, efficient access to international markets. For a small economy, open economy like us, adherence will facilitate access to markets for both sovereign and the private sector at a lower borrowing cost. Madam Speaker, for all these reasons, SDDS Plus is not merely a statistical benchmark, it is a strategic instrument for Mauritius. I would like to reiterate that our adherence will inter alia reinforce credibility at the transparent international financial center, strengthen financial stability oversight, enhance investor confidence, and support long-term economic resilience. In a global environment of heightened scrutiny and interconnected risk, SDDS Plus would provide Mauritius with a strong institutional signal of commitment to the highest standards of macro-financial transparency. Madam Speaker, I would like to highlight here that the graduation to SDDS Plus is indeed a major achievement. Only 31 countries in the world have met these standards, most of which are OECD or high-income countries. Furthermore, I should add, Mauritius is the only African country to adhere to the SDDS Plus. Through this achievement, we now stand alongside advanced countries, particularly in terms of transparency, credibility, and integrity of our official statistics. Let me also highlight that adherence to the SDDS Plus will make it extremely difficult for any government to try to manipulate data. Let me end by thanking the IMF for their generous and dedicated support. They responded quickly to field several missions to assist us. In particular, the report on the observance of standards and codes. It was a mission which, Madam Speaker, did a full audit of our overall statistical system and framework, and this was instrumental for us to reach the SDDS Plus. I also wish to thank all those who have worked diligently to achieve our goal, including officials from my office, the Ministry of Finance, Statistics Mauritius, and the Bank of Mauritius. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Do you mind, all of you, if we have a short break? Okay, let's go for tea. You may be seated.
Big bills, first reading.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Optical Council Amendment Bill number 1 of 2026 be read the first time.
Yes, motion is seconded. Honourable Minister, yes.
Public bill, second reading.
Yes, Honourable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Law Reform Commission Bill number 31 of 2025 be read a second time. This bill, Madam Speaker, is at its core about strengthening one of the quiet but essential institutions of our legal system. The Law Reform Commission seldom captures headlines, yet it is only through sustained, methodical and principled review that the law can remain intelligible, relevant and just. The Law Reform Commission of Mauritius was first established in 1993 through the Law Reform Commission Act of 1992, which itself was repealed in 2006 with the enactment of the Law Reform Commission Act 2005. Since then, no improvement has been brought, and it is now time to bring about sweeping reforms to set up a new framework fit for the demands of the present. The stark reality, Madam Speaker, is that the LRC has, over the last 20 years, published no less than 195 papers, yet few, too few, may I add, recommendations have found their way to legislation. To quote the opinion paper of the LRC in support of this fundamental change in the legislation, I quote, "This persistent gap between research and enactment is symptomatic of a deeper structural weakness. The Commission has been tasked with a mission, but not endowed with the legal instruments necessary to make its work effective. The purpose of the bill is therefore simple enough: to repeal the existing Law Reform Commission Act, to replace it with a legislative framework more suited to the needs of our country today. Our laws, Madam Speaker, do not stand still. They must evolve with society, with economic realities, with technological change, and with our collective aspirations as a democratic state governed by the rule of law. The Law Reform Commission has, over the past years, contributed meaningfully to this process. Experience has shown, however, that its existing statutory framework has become too narrow and, at times, administratively constraining. This bill seeks to give the institution the tools it needs to discharge its mandate more fully. I must immediately point out, Madam Speaker, that the impetus for this reform came from the Commission itself. It was the Commission which, having worked within the constraints of the existing Act for a number of years, identified the areas in which the legislative framework fell short and formulated proposals for its modernization. That is as it should be. No institution is better placed to assess the adequacy of its own governing statute than the one which must operate it daily. I was happy to examine those proposals carefully with members of my office, and having satisfied myself that they were well-founded and in the public interest, I have deemed it fit to carry them forward in the form of this bill. Madam Speaker, I shall now delve briefly into the principal provisions of the new law and the reasons which have prompted them. Clause 3.1 of the bill establishes the Commission, defines its core responsibility, that is, to keep the laws of Mauritius under review and to propose reforms aimed at simplifying, modernizing, and consolidating those laws. Importantly, Clause 3.2 of the bill provides that the Commission shall, in the discharge of its functions and exercise of its powers, act independently and impartially, and shall not be under the direction or control of any person or authority. The Commission is also constituted as a body corporate under Subclause 3, and these provisions give the institution a clear statutory identity and the autonomy necessary to carry out serious reform work. Clause 4.1 of the Bill redefines and expands the functions of the Commission. It expressly empowers the Commission to engage in research and studies to ensure that the laws of Mauritius evolve to meet the contemporary needs and challenges of society and the legal community. This reflects a deliberate shift in philosophy. Law reform should not be purely reactive. It should be anticipatory. It should identify emerging issues before they harden into systemic conditions and problems. Clause 4.1 of the Bill also provides that the Commission may consider proposals for reform made to it by the Attorney General or by any ministry. Under the previous Act, only the Attorney General could direct the Commission to examine any aspect of the law. The extension to ministries is an important development. In practice, ministries are closest to the operational realities of legislation within their respective sectors. By enabling the ministries to make formal proposals, this bill fosters a more collaborative and informed reform process across government. The same clause confirms the Commission's power to make recommendations to the Attorney General and any ministry on its own initiative. This is not an incidental point. It underscores the intellectual independence of the Commission and its role as a body capable of generating reform ideas grounded in research, consultation, and comparative analysis. Clause 4.1 of the Bill further provides for the Commission to request information from any ministry, organisation, or individual in relation to the law reform process and to engage public involvement by publicising its work and conducting public hearings. Law reform, Madam Speaker, must not be an insular exercise. It must be informed by public participation and professional expertise. Clause 4.2 of the Bill adds a practical requirement where the Commission makes recommendations to the Attorney General or any ministry. It shall, as far as practicable, attach a draft bill to those recommendations. This ensures that reform proposals are not merely conceptual, but are carried through to the level of initial legislative drafting. Clause 4.3 of the Bill requires the Commission to be proactive and submit to the Attorney General at least once every year a programme for the review of specific aspects of the laws of Mauritius with a view to their development or improvement. This introduces discipline of forward planning that was absent from the previous framework. A further innovation, Madam Speaker, lies in the introduction of structured post-legislative analysis. This is new. Clause 5 of the Bill provides that where legislation has been enacted wholly or partly on the basis of the Commission's recommendation, the Commission may subsequently monitor its operation, assess whether the objectives set out in its report or recommendations have been achieved, identify any unintended consequences or deficiencies arising from the enactment, and where necessary, make further recommendations for reform. This is a significant step forward. Too often legislation is passed and thereafter assumed to function as intended, and more often than we would like to admit, it does not. A mature legal system, Madam Speaker, must be willing to review itself. Post-legislative scrutiny allows to refine the law in the light of experience rather than theory alone. Clause 6 preserves the Attorney General's power to direct the Commission to examine any aspect of the laws of Mauritius at any time. The Commission is required to report to the Attorney General on the results of such a review, including recommendations as it deems necessary. Recently, Madam Speaker, I have asked the LRC to review the functions of the Judicial and Legal Service Commission and to report on what obtains in other Commonwealth jurisdictions, especially where there is now a need to separate the functions of that commission in a Judicial Service Commission on the one hand and a Legal Service Commission on the other. the LRC's recommendations are eagerly awaited. Clause 7 of the bill addresses a practical difficulty which has arisen in the past. The bill designates the Attorney General's office as the liaison authority where the Commission requests information from any ministry. The Solicitor General shall appoint an officer of the AGO to act as the liaison authority's representative. In reality, delays or reluctance in providing information have sometimes impeded reform initiatives. By formalizing this liaison mechanism, the bill seeks to ensure that work is not stalled by administrative obstacles. Part 3 of the bill deals with the administration and management of the Commission. The Commission is to be administered by a law reform board constituted under clauses 8 and 9 with such broad representation drawn from the judiciary, the Office of the Attorney General, the Office of the DPP, the private legal profession, the University of Mauritius, and 2 representatives of civil society. And now, and that is the novelty, the director of the Institute for Judicial and Legal Studies. This recommendation of the LRC was grounded in common sense, but was also a legal imperative. The presence of the Director General of the IJLS will add another perspective and will ensure that the Commission has at its disposal the specialized experience of an institution dedicated to advanced legal education, research, and training. The Board is empowered to set up advisory committees under Clause 11 to assist in the discharge of its functions. Now, Clauses 12 to 14 provides for the staffing of the Commission, including the appointment of a Chief Executive Officer, qualified in law and experience in legal research, a Secretary, and such other officers and consultants as the Commission considers necessary. Part 4 provides for the financial governance of the Commission, including a general fund, annual estimates of income and expenditure to be submitted to the AGO, and an annual report and audited accounts to be laid before the Assembly by the Attorney General. The House will note, in particular, the savings and transitional provisions under Clause 24, which ensure continuity by preserving the position and terms of appointment of existing staff and board members. All rights, obligations, and liabilities subsisting in favour of or against the Commission under the repealed Law Reform Commission Act shall obviously continue to exist under the new legislation, and all assets and funds shall vest accordingly. This is both fair and pragmatic. Institutional reform, Madam Speaker, should not unnecessarily disrupt the human and operational foundations upon which effective public bodies depend. Madam Speaker, beyond these specific provisions lies a broader vision. The strengthening of the Law Reform Commission is part of a wider commitment to the quality of our legislation. Good governance requires not only the enactment of laws, but their constant refinement. It requires a willingness to simplify where complexity has accumulated, to modernize where provisions have become obsolete, and to consolidate where fragmentation has impaired coherence. This new term, Madam Speaker, will thus see landmark legislation being introduced in this House to enact profound change in the investigation of serious crime, a new approach to certificates of character, the revamping of the organization of sports in this country, the setting up of a modern child adoption framework, a review of sexual offences, a new domestic abuse bill, and much-awaited amendments to the criminal code, including inter alia, the addition of feminicide to the list of offences against a person. After that, even more legislative improvement will be coming, and having a fully empowered Law Reform Commission will only make it faster and more potent. In supporting this bill, Madam Speaker, honourable members are adjusting the machinery of a statutory body, but they are also reaffirming the principle that the law must remain a living instrument, one that truly serves the people of Mauritius. And with these words, Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you. Let it be seconded. Yes?
Madam Speaker, I have listened with a lot of attention and interest.
It must be formally seconded.
I second.
Okay.
I listened to with a lot of attention to the Honourable Attorney General, and he has been very explicit and in a very detailed manner explained the purpose and the reasoning behind this piece of legislation. So let me at the outset congratulate the Honourable Attorney General and the officers of his office who have done once again a formidable job in preparing this piece of legislation. It is, in my view, very important to set the scene in order to show what his intent is. But let me very briefly comment on an aspect of the law which I find very interesting, and it is new. It is at clause 3 of the bill, subsection 2, which talks about the independence, impartiality of this commission. Now, this is a very important part. Ça peut passer inaperçu, but so important. That shows that this is an institution that has a lot of value to this government. An institution, because it has its value, it is being put in the law that it will operate independently and impartially. And not only that, it goes as far as to say that it shall not be under the direction or control of any person or authority. And for that matter, it also means not under the control of government or any other entity whatsoever. When you look at the old law, well, the actual law, before it's repealed, this element of impartiality and independence was not there. Not to say that they in any way acted under the control of any authority, but to underline that part in the law is what makes this piece of legislation, this bill that is proposed, very modern and in line with all the legislation that exists in other Commonwealth jurisdictions, such as Australia, United Kingdom, and New Zealand. The other element that I find of utmost interest is the post-legislative analysis. Very often we are to ponder, why is it important to have the possibility to have a post-legislative analysis of a piece of legislation? And I connect this with the public involvement in law reform, hearings that can be conducted by the Law Reform Commission. Imagine the scenario that you have a piece of legislation that is passed and you do not have, as a matter of statute, the power for an analysis post the legislation being passed in Parliament. Then you will have to wait for the Cabinet of Ministers, the ministers concerned by certain pieces of legislation, to go to Cabinet, give instructions to the Attorney General's office, and then have a new proposal for changes to the law. Whereas if you have a Law Reform Commission that will monitor the operation of an enactment, as it is proposed here, where it has been wholly or partly based on its recommendations. If you are going to have a commission that is going to monitor the operation, assess, as the bill says, the extent to which the enactment has achieved its objectives or not, propose changes, corrective measures, and at the same time, if you have that very same commission that will hold hearings, listen to people, listen to experts, who will say exactly where you have to bring corrective measures. This is a very important element within this legislation. And when I have, Madam Speaker, read the other law reform bodies that exist in the Commonwealth, it is clear that it is now in line with many other jurisdictions. And this is why I once again would like to congratulate the Attorney General. With that piece of legislation as proposed, what do I surmise? That clearly there is better governance. With this piece of legislation as proposed, there will be better governance. It is more effective reform. I've just spoken about the post-legislative analysis. There will be clearly greater transparency in the way that things will run from thereafter, with public hearings and formal reporting that will improve trust because at the end, we have to improve trust with members of the public at large. Faster reform, this is another element that is brought forward. The bills that will be drafted with recommendations will speed up parliamentary consideration. There is no doubt about that. And I end on that, responsible stewardship. When you take note of the provisions in the bill for explicit budgeting, auditing and transition safeguards to protect resources and personnel, this is responsible stewardship. So for all those reasons, I say it again, better governance, more effective reform, greater transparency, faster reform and responsible stewardship, I congratulate the Honourable Attorney General once again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The winding up speech.
Madam Speaker, may I now present my summing up, which obviously will be short and sweet, given the fact that we have not had much objection to this bill, and to add to the words of Honourable Mohammed on the bill. It is indeed an institution which has a lot of value for this government. And what I want to add at this stage is, in fact, this bill came to the AGO as an appendix to the paper issued by the LRC after its opinion came of its own volition on the amendments which the LRC thought had to be brought to the Act in order for them to do better work. And today the Chief Executive Officer of the LRC is present to witness the passing of this new legislation, which will give, of course, a serious impetus to the legislative process. And I do not think that there is much to add except to confirm what my learned friend has just stated, that it is now in line with most of the other Commonwealth jurisdictions which are of the same democratic system.
Thank you. You have to commend the bill again.
I commend the bill to the House, yes.
Again to the House. And it must be seconded again. Thank you. Question is that the Law Reform Commission Bill, number 31 of 2025, be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Committee stage.
Merci.
Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, interpretation. Clause 3, establishment of commission. Clause 4, developing, improving and updating laws of Mauritius. Clause 5, post-legislative analysis. Clause 6, directions of Attorney General. Clause 7, liaison authority. Clause 8, setting up of board. Clause 9, composition of board. Clause 10, meetings of board. Clause 11, advisory committee.
The question is that clauses 1 to 11 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 12, Chief Executive Officer. Clause 13, Secretary to Commission. Clause 14, other staff of Commission. Clause 15, General Fund. Clause 16, estimate of income and expenditure. Clause 17, annual report and audit. Clause 18, execution of deed, contract and check. Clause 19, donations and legacies. Clause 20, protection from liability. Clause 21, regulations. Clause 22, repeal. Clause 23, consequential amendments. Clause 24, savings and traditional provisions. Clause 25, commencement.
The question is that clauses 12 to 25 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Title and enacting clause.
The question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Final question. The question is that I do report to the House that the Law Reform Commission Bill number 31 of 2025 has passed the committee stage without amendment. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I have to report to the House that the Law Reform Commission Bill number 31 of 2025 has passed the committee stage without amendment.
Third reading.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Law Reform Commission Bill number 31 of 2025 be read a third time and passed.
Again, the motion has to be seconded. Thank you. The question is that the Law Reform Commission Bill number 31 of 2025 be read the third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Adjournment. Honourable Prime Minister.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the adjournment of the House to Tuesday, the 24th of March at 11:30 a.m.
The House stands adjourned. Adjournment matters, yes, Mr. François.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I will raise two matters this evening. My first one is addressed to both the Honourable Prime Minister in his capacity as Minister responsible for Rigs and Minister of Finance, and also to address to the Honourable Minister of National Infrastructure and NDU, highlighting the recent torrential rain causing severe flooding which hit roads on Sunday, 15th of March. The Northern Road traffic movement were affected. All radius of roads around Rodrigues became impracticable. Worryingly, the ICU at Queen Elizabeth Hospital inundated and evacuated, agricultural valleys inundated, and landslides around a few residential properties. The problem is not new, but the urgency to address it is now greater than ever, and some require immediate remedial measures. Madam Speaker, I will urge, in particular, the Honourable Minister for PI and DU, together with engineers and expert staff, to travel to Rodrigues at the earliest opportunity. A site visit is essential to see the situation at first hand, to assess the scale and the damage, and work closely with the Regional Assembly to determine the necessary remedial action. Such a visit will also accelerate the implementation of the NDU, LDA, and RRA identified and approved drainage projects, which I rightly proposed during my tenure as former PPS for Rodrigues. The projects were due to start by year 2022-2023 and completed by year 2024-2025 for an earmarked funds of around 3 billion rupees, but were unfortunately delayed and cancelled by the whims and caprices of some people. The project comprised, amongst other drains, for the information of the House, Portmachere Phase 3, including networks from Font-la-Digue, Pointe-Canon, Montagne-Fanal, and Conjoie, Grand Bay, Anse-aux-Anglais, and Acacia. They also include the raising of several radiers at Diamant, Anse-Pensia, Baie du Nord, Rivière Coco, and Moreau. Madam Speaker, over and above the list mentioned, emergency attention must now be given to the road and drain behind the Queen Elizabeth Hospital at Crèvecoeur and construction of a bigger culvert at Belascore Junction serving Queen Elizabeth Hospitals and drains bridges at Portmachere Phase 3. So I respectfully call upon the Honourable Prime Minister to consider the authorization of a once-off allocation or reallocation of funds so that urgent repair, maintenance, desilting, rehabilitation, and infrastructural works can be undertaken without delay. Attention must also be given to the radiers along the Sons-Anse-Raffin coastal road, as well as those located on the Lake Coastal Road from Anse-Fémy, Gravier to Vaudreuil. Madam Speaker, the recent flooding has once again highlighted the reality that the drainage and flood mitigation challenges in Rodrigues can no longer be delayed and postponed. The NDU need and must reprioritize, particularly in the context of the forthcoming budget proposals in consultation with the RRA. Madam Speaker, despite the people of Rodrigues' resilience is very important. Yes, I know. I'm giving...
This is adjournment matters.
Yeah.
Don't make a long statement.
Yeah, I just want to complete it for myself, for the benefit of the House and the people of Rodrigues, Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker, yeah, there is also a human impact to finish on that matter. Disaster events, whenever hit Rodrigues, people need to hear that the concerns are timely heard and supported. I therefore appeal and trust that central government and the RA will consider long-term and short-term relief measure or temporary hardship relief mechanism or support to assist affected public in coping with the losses and to address in a sustainable manner any flooding challenges facing Rodrigues. I thank you.
Yes, thank you for your first. Yes.
Can I first of all express our sympathies to the people of Rodrigues? I must tell Honourable François that I spoke to the Chief Commissioner the other day, yesterday I think, or the day before, and expressed my sympathy, but also he explained to me exactly what you're saying, and I've asked Honourable Ganesh, who is the Minister for NDU, to go to Rodrigues to see, as you say, on site what needs to be done. I think he's going to leave probably early next week or by the end of the week. Thank you.
Okay, your second.
Yes. Thank you. Madam Speaker, my second matter is addressed to the Honourable... Sorry?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Is addressed to the Honourable Minister of Health and concerning gynecological care in Rodrigues. At present, gynecologists are posted in Rodrigues for a period of only 1 month. This means that any person following gynecological health problem or a pregnant woman may be followed by as many as 8 different gynecologists during her pregnancy. Each specialist may have a different medical approach, and this clearly affects the continuity and quality of care for patients. I've also been informed that upon mutual agreement, some specialists spend only 15 days in Rodrigues, and one can easily understand the consequences of such situations for patients who require regular examination. Recently, there was an emergency case at Queen Elizabeth Hospital, while the only gynecologist who was supposed to consult patients at La Femme Health Center could not attend. Patient has to be sent back and the appointments rescheduled. Madam Speaker, as the Honourable Minister himself mentioned in a previous reply, that the number of cesarean cases is increasing. And I'm also informed that maternal deaths are showing signs of increase, even if some cases may, unfortunately, be inevitable. These situations call for urgent attention, as Rodrigues currently has only an administrative structure in the health sector. Madam Speaker, Rodrigues cannot continue to rely on a gynecological system that lacks continuity in such a critical field of healthcare. In that regard, I humbly request the Honourable Minister to look seriously into this matter and to also consider renewing, this is very interesting, renewing the previous agreed arrangement between his ministry and the former OPR regional government to recruit gynecologists from India. This initiative had been pursued before and proved beneficial for Rodrigues. Madam Speaker, the people of Rodrigues deserve stable and reliable gynecological care, and I rely on the usual collaboration of the Honourable Minister and his ministry. I thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'm conscious there's only one gynecologist who are sending monthly. You know, as a result of the introduction of 24/7 by the previous government regarding gynecologists, pediatrics, because they were bound to work for 27/7, and that led to the, the resignation of dozens of such specialists from the government service. And that is the reason why I say there is a very big scarcity of gynecologists and pediatrics in our hospitals. The Public Service Commission has already invited applications. I do hope I do get such specialists, and I can increase the number of specialists going to Rodrigues. At the same time, we are negotiating with the Indian authorities, the Indian hospitals, and I believe that I'll be able to get a few gynecologists so that I can help you. Okay.
There you are. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't tell us that you were going to talk. Can we keep it? Keep it for question. Tu m'as pas dit.